Morning.
Hey, history lovers, my go-to guy would have been Dan. You ever read any of his series?
No.
Bill Riley, he did Killing Jesus, Killing Kennedy, Killing Lincoln.
You know, my uncle,
Really? Did you like it?
but he's in California. But thank you.
Really, really well researched.
Hello? Hello. Yeah. I'll leave me a note. Thanks. Bye. Uh-oh. You move your mouse?
So moving off down, nothing happens. Should I turn it off on monitor? There's no power there. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the power button, I want that to go on power. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Hey, the HP says it's going on monitor. Oh, here's the- here's the-
Hey, do you know if Jane did her pre-hearings yesterday afternoon? Okay, because I have an attorney that emailed me and said that he was never let in. He was on from 3:20 to 4:18. Do you have the files? Tipton, Richard Tipton. Yep, it would be an orange file. Okay, I'll check with my later. Thank you. Oh, I'm not muted, that's why, thank you. Good morning. I don't want you to think I'm ignoring you.
No problem, thank you.
Wait a minute, hold on real quick.
Status when they find out we're at ground zero. So we.
All right, for all of your people, do you want, whenever they come on, do you want to just go into a breakout room with them, or how do you want to handle it? I mean, obviously, Mr. Garrett's going to be different. That will be handled different, but
Garrett's different.
Right.
Yeah, if the rest of them come in and they want to talk to me first, yeah, we could do that first.
okay, because you have,
Quite a few today.
yeah, that's what I'm looking at. They're all, yeah. All right, so you'll be hanging out with us
Lucky me.
for the morning.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right, I'll just mute
Oh,
myself.
I also have one over on Hinman at, I believe, at 9:40. I have to go over there at 9:40.
Okay, that's fine.
So just to give you a heads up.
Thank you very much.
No
All right.
problem. Thank you.
Yeah. Good morning, Royce.
Morning, how are you?
All right, how are you?
Doing well, thank you.
You broken down by community or just up?
Just alphabetical.
Is Royce like I do that?
No.
Hey Royce,
Hey, Judge.
good morning.
How are
Hey,
you?
I just want to give you a heads up. I fear that I'm not going to get to use you this morning, but there's a guy that Ramos is having trouble with. Young guy, he's running, they got a couple misdemeanors, a bunch of civil infractions. He's running some kind of a business out of his residential neighborhood. So they wrote him a bunch of tickets. I'm not real sure that there aren't some mental issues there, because he just seems to get like really worked up really quickly about stuff that shouldn't be a problem. We had him hooked up with Jeff at one point. He fired Jeff because Jeff wasn't telling him what he wanted to hear. Had him scheduled for a jury trial last week. Sent an email to Josh the night before saying, I'm sick as a dog, I can't show up tomorrow. And then showed up anyhow after, you know, we didn't have a jury and everything else. He showed up and with his mother, said he was sick and blah, 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 blah. And I begged him a couple of times, you're way over your head with this. You're turning this into a huge battle. It doesn't have to be a battle. You need to get an attorney to help you through this mess. If you can't afford one, I am more than happy to appoint one. So he's scheduled today on some new stuff and a show cause on the old files. I'm hoping he shows up and is amenable to talking to somebody. And I just want to give you a heads up. So if I can throw him in a breakout room with you, you'll know what you're up against.
Okay.
It's literally one of those deals where Josh just wants to work with the guy to try to get him in compliance. The first time I had him in the courtroom, he was here live. Josh was here. I said, look, nobody wants you to not be in business in Romulus. The city just needs you to do it the right way. The prosecutor's already told you he'll work with you. Mr. Bowdge is sitting right next to you. He'll help you through the process. But he's his own worst enemy. And I told him last week, I said, this is my last attempt to save you from yourself. You have to get an attorney involved.
Gotcha.
So it's a mess, but you know, we're headed to a jury trial on something that literally should be some meetings between him and the city and get him in compliance. I mean, it's just
Gotcha.
ridiculous.
Okay.
All right.
Well, FYI, at 10:30, Sharon's going to fill in for me for about 30 minutes. I have a friend of the court thingy, but you know, hopefully it won't be
If he's
during
not,
that.
yeah. If he's not here by 10:30, we're not going to see him.
Oh, okay, he's scheduled before.
Yeah.
Well, Judge,
And,
he has the 8:30 disorderly in his
Yeah.
new tickets, and then he also has the show
cause.
causes at 11.
Yep. Yep. And I think he was legitimately sick last week.
Okay.
But we told him we need to have a doctor's note, and he hasn't brought us a doctor's note yet. So,
Okay.
like I said, I'm hopeful, but I'm not very optimistic. So
Gotcha.
Royce, I'm gonna send you a copy of the show cause that was sent so that you kind of have an idea of what's going on.
Okay.
Okay, I'll email it to you. Good morning, Josh.
Good morning.
Do you have a chance to figure out the bench trial date? If it would be good for you?
I was good with what was the date? What was the date you gave us?
Originally, we were thinking about the 20th.
I know,
But-
yeah, and then Leanna said that's not good for her.
Right.
So I gave her a bunch of dates. I don't know.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, so I don't know what's going on since then.
Okay.
I'm pretty flexible on Thursday, especially when I'm dockets on Thursdays.
What about Mondays?
Mondays. Take a look. Mondays in January, I'm actually completely opened up. So it's one of the other days I guess I'm pretty good at. So I could do it too.
Judge, I'm going to bring the phone in only because I think I know who it is and I just want to name him.
Yep, then I'm ready for Kim, bro.
All right. On the phone, are you Thomas Williams?
Oh, yes, I am, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Heather, I didn't catch the name. Was it William?
Williams at 850.
All right, let's deal with that. Let me find it.
All right.
Good morning, Mr. Williams.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Williams, I've got a file here from September 2nd. The charge is operating.
September
while
2nd.
intoxicated. Charge is operating while intoxicated, enhanced penalty. It carries a possible penalty of up to $1,000 fines plus court costs and up to 1 year in jail. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
The prosecutor has made an offer on this file. If you plead guilty to impaired driving, the original charge would be dismissed. Impaired driving is up to 93 days in jail, up to $300 fines plus court costs, and the license sanctions with Secretary of State would be a little bit less. Do you understand the offer?
Could you repeat that again for me, sir?
It would be the offer would be operating while impaired.
Uh-huh.
License sanctions would be less with Secretary of State, less total fines and costs possible, and less jail time possible.
Okay. I'm not sure which way I want to go because I don't have any money. My granddaughter I'm putting 2 college down because her mother passed away of cancer. So she's pretty much cleaned my Home Depot money out for my concussion. So, I mean, in jail time, I'm looking at a year.
All right, stop right there. Would you like to talk to a court-appointed attorney who might help you make your decision?
Not real. I don't have the money to pay him, and I know I'm pretty sure it's like $500.
Court-appointed attorney won't cost you.
Okay. I guess so. Yeah. I mean, I didn't think it would be a year. I thought it would be like 93 days. I was going to do jail time, even though I got medical issues.
You're not
but
likely to do jail time at all. I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mr. Nunley. He's the court-appointed attorney.
Okay. Whatever you think's best, Your Honor. Okay.
Well, I think it'd be good for you to get the advice of an attorney, so we'll let you do that. Ms. Kimbrough, good morning.
Morning, Your Honor.
I've got a file here from October 24, 2019. Count 1 is operating while intoxicated, enhanced penalty up to 1 year, up to $1,000 fines plus court costs. Count 2 is open intoxicants in a motor vehicle, up to 93 days in jail, up to $500 fines plus court costs. The prosecutor has made an offer. If you plead guilty to the added charge of impaired driving, both the original charges will be dismissed. Impaired driving is up to 93 days in jail, up to $500, and the Secretary of State license sanctions would be reduced. Do you understand the offer?
I understand the offer.
Are you prepared to go forward today without an attorney, or would you like to speak to a court-appointed attorney?
I'd like to speak to a court-appointed attorney, and no, I'm not going to accept the plea.
Okay. I'll let you talk to Mr. Nunley as soon as he's freed up.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Brzezinski, we're waiting for Mr. Mays. I can
Yep.
bring in Mr. Demoisey.
Sure. Good morning, Mr. Demoisey.
His audio did not connect. Let me chat.
Of course not.
It looks like he's reading the chat now. Yep.
Good morning, Mr. Demoisey. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Sir, I've got a file with your name on it from September 17, 2021. The charge is a misdemeanor charge of urinating in public. Carries a possible penalty of up to 93 days in jail, up to $500 fines plus court costs. Do you understand the charge?
Yes.
The prosecutor has made an offer. If you plead guilty to, or excuse me, if you plead responsible to the added charge, a civil infraction of double parking, fines and costs would be assessed in the amount of $400. The misdemeanor would be dismissed. Do you understand the offer from the prosecutor?
Yes, sir.
Would you like to go forward today without benefit of an attorney, or would you like to speak to an attorney?
Without attorney.
Did I give you enough information to make a decision on the offer?
Yes.
What is your decision, sir?
I'm responsible for double parking.
All right. As I said, fines and costs are assessed the amount of $400. Can you pay that within 30 days, or would you like to set up a formal payment plan?
I can pay that today.
All right, you're gonna pay it in person?
Yes, right. Or online, whichever is best.
Either one works for us, but if you pay it online, there's a third-party vendor fee that will be applied, so it's gonna cost you more than 400 to pay it online. If you want to just
So I
bring it
just-
to the court,
Yes,
take a cashier's check, personal check, cash, or I can give you a little time to pay it, your call.
I can pay it today.
Okay, all right. I will accept your plea to the added charge, dismiss the original charge. Do you have any questions, sir?
No, sir.
Enjoy your day.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I knew it was.
Judge, I'm gonna bring in Mr. Andrew Cohen. His client is AL-LAHAM. I'm not sure if he's with him.
Got it. Thank you.
Mr. Cohen?
There we go. Good morning.
Good morning. Do you have your client with you?
I do not.
All right. Well, we're waiting on him then.
Okay, so you want my client to appear as well? He hasn't appeared in the past.
So
Oh,
let's
I'm-
do this, counsel. Do you want to talk to the prosecutor about this one? Maybe we can resolve it without your client.
Yeah,
I think
I'd like
this would be
to.
with Officer Schick, I believe.
Yes.
All right.
All right.
We're gonna
I'll put you in.
We'll put you in the breakout room, counsel, with the ordinance officer.
Very good. Thank you.
You want to bring Vining in?
Sure.
Royce, are you ready?
Ready, yes.
Looks like Mr. Williams is still in the breakout room. We got to get.
I will move him in with his phone. He will not be able to.
Thank you.
Yep.
Miss Vining, can you hear me?
Yes. Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, Mr.
Yeah,
Williams.
good
just hang on
morning.
For a second.
I'm gonna plead
Fine.
guilty.
I can't mute him,
Miss
Judge.
Vining. Yeah, I got it. Miss Vining, I've got a file here from February 12, 2019. The charge is threats. This is a misdemeanor, carries a possible penalty of up to $500 fines plus court costs and up to 93 days in jail. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you understand that offer? You understand the offer? Yes?
Oh, yes, Your Honor.
All right. Are you prepared today to go forward without an attorney, or would you like to speak to a court-appointed attorney?
I would like to speak to a court-appointed attorney.
All right. We'll put you in the line to talk to Mr. Nunley when he's available. Mr. Nunley, your appearance for Mr. Williams, please.
We can't unmute him, Judge, because he's on a telephone.
Oh. All right, now what do we do with him then?
I don't know.
Royce, did you have to get his phone number?
No, I didn't.
All right.
Let me
Then
see
we'll
if it's
put
in
you
our
a
system.
Breakout room with Miss Kimbrough.
Okay.
You can talk.
Royce,
to
if you
Miss
can go back
Kimbrough.
in. I'm
Go back
sorry.
in? Okay, I'm going back in.
I have a phone number for Mr. Williams. I can hang him up and then call. Oh, you did hang him up. Okay. Yep. Do you want me to call him
Well,
back?
let's just wait. No, let's just leave him out there for a minute. When
Okay.
Royce is ready, then I'll call him from the courtroom, put him on speaker.
All right. Miss Kimbrough did not go back in. Let's see.
After you put Miss Kimbrough in, go ahead and give me William's phone number. I'll just put it on the file.
Well, she's frozen and she's supposed to be going in there and she's not moving. Let me move her to a different one. And then I'll move Royce.
Hey, Josh, we've got Andrew Slovic in the waiting room. That's another ordinance violation. You need to talk to you or Schick.
Schick.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That 308 number is Mr. Williams. I already know that, but I'm going to bring in this Galaxy. Maybe it's Danielle.
Yep. Yep. You want to give me William's phone number?
It's right there on the
It's
screen.
the one on the screen.
Yes,
Gotcha.
yes, that's him.
I'll put in the file.
On the Galaxy. Oh, they're not connected. Danielle, is your phone working now?
Sorry, it's my computer, but I have no idea. It just wasn't responding. I live in a rural community, so broadband isn't always the greatest.
All right, I'm going to put you back in the breakout room with the attorney.
Okay, thanks.
Hold on a minute.
Thanks.
Hold on. Don't do
Okay,
it yet.
yep.
Miss Kimbrough, give me your phone number in case we have trouble.
Sure. It's 989-390-5291.
$5291.
That's correct.
All right. Now we're gonna put you in a breakout.
Okay, thank you.
Royce, did you hear the offer on Kimbrough's file?
Oh, but Josh sent me the offer, so I should have it in
Got
here. Thanks.
Thanks. Heather, who's Mr. Piotrowski representing today, if you know?
He is representing Kelly Smith at 920.
And Slovic's waiting to go in a breakout room.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's talk to counsel and see if he's got his client with him.
On the Galaxy S20, what is your name, please?
Jermaine Taylor.
Jermaine Taylor, thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Mr. Piotrowski, are you there?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you?
It goes well. How are you?
Better than I deserve. I do not see Mr. Smith in the waiting room. I just wanted to see if maybe you had him with you.
It's Miss Smith. I don't see her either. I believe she's logging in though.
Okay, all right. So we'll leave you right where you're at until Ms. Smith comes in.
Thank you.
Mr. Danilski, who do you have today?
Sadie Phillips, Your Honor, I'm calling my client right now to make, to see where she's at. Sadie, did you log in?
Jermaine
Yeah,
Taylor, what time are you at?
That was the motion hearing, Heather. That was supposed to be at 11 with
Oh.
me.
Okay, is that at 11? Okay, I'll relog in. I wasn't aware of that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hold on.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold
Are you
on,
ready
Mr.
it?
Taylor.
Josh?
I'm here.
I don't know. I don't know what Mr. Mays wants to do on that one right now because it was up for the
Oh,
motion.
that's Mazes?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but Mays
All right.
has the other two coming in today too, Brzezinski and Swagel. So I think maybe it can be done at the same time as those.
All right, sir, we
So
don't
you
have your
guys-
attorney yet, so we can't do it early.
Okay. Would you advise me to stick around or should I?
I can put you in the waiting room and see how he wants to handle it.
Okay. I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Judge, while we're waiting for my client, if you'd like to, we'll be picking looking for a bench trial date. Probable amount of time would be less than an hour to do it.
All right, Heather, did we get any dates?
Yes, Judge. We have January 24th in the afternoon at 1 or January 31st. Whatever's good with Mr.
Afternoon
Kaplan.
again?
Morning or
31st?
afternoon on the 31st.
Is this in person or are we doing this Zoom?
I have no
Well,
objection to Zoom.
I'd prefer everything in person, but if there's a reason to do it by Zoom, we can do that.
Mr. Petrowski, if you want to talk to your client maybe about that and see what.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, what are those two dates again?
January 24 in the afternoon, January 31 morning and afternoon availability both.
Okay. I'll duck out.
And we've got Miss Phillips. Let's bring her in, Heather.
Yep, I am.
Looks like you already did.
Yep.
All right. Counsel, I don't know if you've talked to Mr. Kaplan or not about his offer on the Phillips file.
I didn't even know there was one.
Yeah. He made a 12-month delayed sentence under 771.1 offer.
Okay, I guess yeah, I mean, I don't anticipate this going to trial, but I guess I'm not quite ready to enter a plea. Maybe I could get some discovery police reports, see what they have. I really don't.
I can send you the report right now if you want to chat me your email address. I can send it to you right now just so you have it.
It's my last name, JJ@gmail. Danielski JJ@gmail.
I'm sending it right now.
Thank you. And then maybe, Your Honor.
You want me to put you in a breakout with Miss Phillips and you can talk about the report when you get it?
Sure.
Okay. All right, Miss Phillips, good morning. We're going to put you in a breakout room, private conversation with your attorney.
Sounds good. Thank you. Good morning, by the way.
You're welcome.
Arturo is another Schick case, Judge. It got Godinez is his last name.
Last name start with a B?
G is in
Like boy?
George. No, G is in George. Yep.
I'll just get the file ready. And what time was that one scheduled, please?
That one is scheduled at 9:20.
Thank you. Josh, unfortunately, it looks like Mr. Garrett's not going to show up today.
Your Honor, I would like it if he fails to appear to address his failure with regards to what default, the warrant and everything else that he may be placed
Yeah, we'll
at
give
the
him a couple
appropriate time.
minutes. Just remind me, we'll talk about that before you're done today.
Okay, thank you.
Kelly Smith just logged in. She is Mr. Piotrowski's client.
Piotrowski's, yep.
And 1:24 in the afternoon will be a good date.
Counsel, we got your client coming in too.
Yes, sir.
We need a conversation. We just need to get her arraigned and get that trial date on the calendar.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Good morning.
Yeah, we got her connected. Good morning, Ms. Smith. Counsel, your appearance.
Good morning.
Good morning. Tom Piotrowski, P40021, on behalf of Ms. Smith, who's joined us here in the Zoom conference. Kelly, would you identify yourself, please, by stating your name?
Yes, my name is Kelly Smith.
All right, Mr. Piotrowski, earlier conversations, we're going to set this for a bench trial on the 24th of January at 1:30.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Smith, you understand you have a constitutional right to a jury trial, correct?
Correct.
And you're waiving that so we can schedule a bench trial as per my conversation with your attorney, correct?
Yes, I am.
All right. And let's talk bond. Your address on eCourse is correct?
Yes.
Could you give me a
33542.
phone number?
Yes,
That's the one we got.
73. Very good. 734-905-9341.
Thank you. And given the nature of the charge, I'm thinking about a no contact order, Mr. Piotrowski. Any hardship that causes?
It does not, Your Honor.
All right. And I do not have oh, I guess I do.
Just for the record, is this are we doing it in person
Is the other
or?
party's name, Miss U Smith, Mr. Kaplan? Am I reading that right on the ticket?
I think it's my understanding this was about for she continued to call the report I have shows that she continued to call the police department.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's not a no contact, Your Honor. We're just requesting, and obviously if there's an emergency, but
Right.
allegedly it's an ongoing issue that she continues to call the Romney's Police Department on things that aren't emergencies or actually happening. So we're just requesting, certainly that she
All right.
refrain from
So
doing
I'm just
that.
put her on a- I'm just
Yeah.
gonna put her on a personal bond then. Mr. Piotrowski, understood?
Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Smith, I can't see you, but raise your right hand for me.
I'm not sure why you guys can't see me. I
That's
raised
all
my right
I'll
hand.
trust you. Just raise your
Okay.
right hand. Swear, affirm, and acknowledge the bond payable or the debt payable to the court amount of $1,000 if you violate bond. Your bond conditions are, number one, stay out of trouble. Number two, cooperate with Mr. Piotrowski so we can move this case forward with your trial date set on January 24th. Understood?
So the personal bond, just so I'm clear, this is if I violate contacting the Romulus Police for non-emergency issues?
Yes.
Right, or if you go out and, some kind of a crime spree, so you're otherwise getting in trouble, that would violate
Well,
your bond, and then you're gonna have to come up with some cash.
I'd like to clarify that when I contacted the police, which led to this.
No,
was to
Kelly.
say-
Kelly,
go
You
ahead.
don't wanna do that right now, ma'am.
Okay.
You don't
Okay.
wanna get into that. There's no need for
All
it,
right.
and Mr. Pietrowski would.
I
shake hands
agree to the
over the mouth
bond.
if you were in
I
person.
got you. Okay.
Okay. Anything else, council?
No, sir. Do we need to do an arraignment yet or not?
And just for the record,
I'm assuming you're gonna waive formal reading, and I'll enter a not guilty plea for you.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
and are we doing in person,
All right.
Your Honor? For the record?
This one probably would be best in person, unless Mr.
Okay.
Pietrowski can talk me out of it.
No, sir, I can't.
Okay, live.
Why?
Ms. Smith, enjoy your day.
All right. Thank you, Judge.
Council, always a pleasure.
Mine too. Thank you. Have a great holiday.
You as well.
All right.
And Mr. Nunley, are you ready?
Yep.
All right, your appearance, please, for Ms. Kimbrough.
Royce Nunley appearing on behalf of Ms. Kimbrough. Purposes of the arraignment, we'd waive a formal reading, ask the court to enter a plea of not guilty on her behalf. At this time, we would just, we'll be filing a motion to dismiss for a speedy trial violation. We just like a good motion date for the court.
Heather, you want to do the motion date same as the bench trials, January 24?
Yep, that's a good date, Judge.
Worked for you, Mr. Nunley?
That might not. I think I'm scheduled for a civil trial. It's probably going to be adjourned, but as of right now, I don't want to commit and then not be able to be here.
How about the 31st of January?
Yep, that's fine. What time?
You tell me. Day's wide open right now.
9 o'clock?
Sure. Well, no, let's not do 9 o'clock for a motion. Let's do a little later in the morning, if that's all right.
Sure, 11, 12, 1?
Sure, 11 o'clock.
11, got it.
Any objection if we don't have Ms. Kimbrough drive in from Northern Michigan?
No objection for me.
All right.
I
We
won't
should be able to
object.
do this whole thing by Zoom then.
All right, so it's January 24th at 11 by Zoom?
January 31st.
I'm assuming you don't need any officer's testimony for this type of motion,
No.
correct? Okay. All right. Let's talk bond. Ms. Kimbrough, I got you on Hilltop Lane, apartment 4, is that correct?
No, that's been updated with the Secretary of State since then.
Go ahead.
It's 9899 West Lake City Road.
All right, your audio is breaking up. West
Sorry.
Lake, 2 different words.
9899 West Lake City Road. That's in Houghton Lake. And it's 48629.
I'm sorry, with the zip one more time, 486.
48629.
All right, I'm gonna put you on a personal bond. Raise your right hand. Your bond conditions are you cooperate with Mr. Nunley so we can move this case along and you stay out of trouble. Do you swear or affirm and acknowledge the debt payable to the court amount of $1,000 if you violate those terms?
Yes, I do.
Have a lovely day, man.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Cohen, did you accomplish anything in your breakout room?
Well, I think that we did accomplish something. We're gonna be asking for a 60-day continuance to allow the important parties from the city and my client and myself to have a meeting to try to figure out how we can get some stuff accomplished here. This is a certificate of occupancy.
This was on Al Alam. This is on Al Alam, correct?
Yes, yes. Muhammad
Mr.
Alaham.
Catlin, any objection to that adjournment?
I have no objection, Your Honor, as long as the work's being done.
Heather, I need a date 60 days out.
You have the adjournment dates. I gotta find mine.
Oh, I do. February 3rd, council, give you enough time?
I think the end of February, beginning of March would probably be better considering the holidays.
Sure. Heather, I don't go out that far.
That's fine. I show we can do March 3rd. It'll be Judge Martin.
That's courtroom 3, council.
Good.
What time?
We can do 9 a.m.
9 a.m.
All right. Anything else on that one, Mr. Cohen?
Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
Wonderful. Happy holidays.
You too.
Heather, who else did we have to talk to Mr. Schick? Was that Godinez?
We have Slovak first, then
Slovak.
Arturo. I'll bring in Slovak,
Yep.
and Royce needs to go in the breakout room with Miss Vining.
Yep.
If you'll go back in, Roy, please.
Mr. Schick, we've got Mr. Slovak coming in. We're gonna throw you in a breakout with him.
Thank you.
Mr. Schick, can you join that room that you were just in?
Mr. Danilski, are you ready on Phillips?
Yes, I mean, I guess I'd like to speak to Mr. Kaplan a little bit. I don't know if him and I can have a breakout room.
Sure. Right.
Mr. Danielski, you're going in with Mr. Kaplan?
Who is he?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, it's not Garrett.
Are we talking about Mr. Cook?
Is that the person that's here in the lobby that Tim's talking to you about?
I think so. He's Mr. Jadala's case. I don't see no reason why he can't go downstairs and do Zoom or, oh, I'm sorry.
For some reason, we set it in person. There's a
I
note
think
on the file.
he might have had a problem doing Zoom. So maybe,
You know what? Is he an older guy?
Well, you stand, if you look over, you see him right there. He told me he's not fond of the Zoom system because it's in the truth.
We can put him in here, but we gotta tell him we're waiting for Jadala.
Okay.
Then that's no problem.
You want to just wait up there till
Yeah.
Jadala gets-
Matter of fact, tell him to move over a chair and I'll just wave him in. I can't make eye contact with him where he's at now, but if he moves over 2 chairs, I can see him straight ahead.
Judge, but he's with Mr. Jadala, and I don't know if Mr. Jadala is going to want to have a conference with him. So if we can just put him downstairs in the Zoom room.
Well, he's anti-Zoom, so let's find out if that's a problem before we address it. Can you text Samir and see if he's gonna be joining us, or maybe he made arrangements with Royce to handle it or something?
Yep, I'll text him. On the Galaxy S20, what is your name?
I'm Jermaine Taylor.
You came back. Okay. And let me
Yeah.
rename you and put you back in. We're still waiting for your attorney.
Okay.
Mr. Taylor, feel free to call Mr. Mays and let him know that you're ready for him if he can get in here.
Okay. Will do. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm going to call Jadala now.
Mr. Nunley, are you ready?
No, I need to speak with Josh about Miss Vining.
Yep, he's in another breakout room right now, so when we can.
There he is.
All right, on Phillips, Mr. Danilski, what do we got?
I think we're going to take a plea today, but I just need to briefly speak with my client and tell her what Mr. Kaplan and I talked about.
Sure, it looks like we lost her though, Heather.
Yeah, it does, Judge.
Yeah, she might have done lead meeting. I told her lead breakout room, but don't hit lead meeting. She might have hit lead meeting. I can call her on the phone, Your Honor, and get her.
That's fine.
And actually, when
That's
I
fine.
talk, and then we could just bring her back in. I won't need a breakout room.
Yeah, that's fine. Call her, and if we can't get her back in, we'll just put her on your speakerphone. As long as I
Okay.
get her voice recorded, we can take a plea.
Okay.
And Josh and Royce in a breakout room on Vining.
Thank you.
All right, Josh, you join your room and I'll put Royce in it.
And next time we get Royce in, remind me, we'll take Mr. Williams' plea. I can keep forgetting he's hanging out there.
And remember, the Galaxy is Mr. Williams or Mr. Jermaine Taylor. He just keeps, I'm guessing, hanging up. So we can just leave him in the waiting room till Mays comes in.
Yeah, we got to bring him in to rename him, so let's just leave more of that. Or at least I think we do, don't we? Don't we have to bring him in to rename?
I do, which is fine. I can do it right now.
No, that's all right, because it seems like every time you put him back in the waiting room, we lose his name.
All right.
Holy cow. You hear that?
No, I don't. What is it?
The wind.
Oh,
It's the first time since we've been in the building, I heard a wind whistling in here. No luck with Jadala yet?
it's ringing now.
Yeah. I texted Mays at about 8:45. I don't know where he's at.
Sam's gonna
Mr.
log
Danielski,
on
if
now.
you're ready for me, just give me a thumbs up. What was that, Heather?
Sam's gonna log in now. He said that he does not need to speak to Mr. Cook in Zoom, so we can handle that with him in person.
Okay. Are we ready on Vining, Mr. Nunley?
I just need a brief breakout room with Ms. Vining and then we'll be good to go.
All right, then we'll take care of Vining and Williams both. Mr. Danielski, are you ready or are you still talking to your client?
I can't, her phone keeps going right into voicemail and I'm texting and emailing her. I don't know what
Okay.
happened to her. So
Okay.
trying to find her.
That's no problem. Just give me a thumbs up when you're ready and we'll bring you back on.
All right.
Sam's in, Judge.
Mr. Jadala, I'm bringing Mr. Cook in the courtroom now. Good morning, Mr. Cook, right? Yeah, come on up. I'm bringing you, Mr. Jadala's in the courtroom now. Mr. Jadala, your appearance for Mr. Calvin Cook, please.
Your Honor, Samuel Jadala, P62186, appearing on behalf of Mr. Cook. At this time, Your Honor, we'd waive formal reading, stand mute, respectfully request a pretrial in this matter.
Thank you. Can somebody tell me what's going on with the file? Because it looks like there was a final pretrial scheduled back in August.
I'll answer it for you.
Mr. Cook, Mr. Cook, only talk if you're talked to.
I'm reading it now, Judge.
What are you reading?
The register of actions to find why. He's never been arraigned.
Okay. All right, Mr. Jadala, you waive formal reading then?
Correct, Judge.
Okay. All right, I'm assuming because it was set for a final pretrial at some point, there's an issue about whether or not the complainant wants to go forward. Is that correct, Mr. Jadala?
Correct, Your Honor.
Mr. Kaplan, given the age of this file, any objection to set the next pretrial as a final pretrial?
Your Honor, I don't need, it's a fighting charge. I don't need the any witness on this. The police arrived, the fight was going on. So, I mean, it would be, yeah, and both admitted to it, made admissions of fighting. So I'm not going to need a victim on this case, or it's a fighting charge. There really isn't a victim necessarily.
Understood. All right, so I'm looking at pretrial dates. January 6th, January 20, February 3.
Your Honor, February 3rd would be the best for me. My January is pretty booked.
Mr. Cook, that aren't you? February 3rd. And we can do it 9 a.m.
That'd be fine, Judge.
All right, that's going to be courtroom 3, or excuse me, courtroom 1. And Mr. Jadala, it looks like there's never been a bond. Let's talk about bond. I've entered a not guilty plea.
Your Honor, I'll just,
Michigan Avenue is a good one, sir? Yes, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Jadala.
Your Honor, Mr. Cook has arrived. I think he's always attempted his best. This court, I think, wanted them to be in person because he was having technical issues with Zoom. As you can see today, Your Honor, he will arrive when asked, and he will be. I don't believe he has a KPS history.
Mr. Kaplan, any problems with these folks between May 21 and now? Do we need to do a no contact?
No, Your Honor, I don't believe so.
All right, I'm gonna put you on a personal bond, Mr. Cook. 2 conditions: stay out of trouble and cooperate with Mr. Jadala so we can accomplish something in February. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm and acknowledge that you will pay the court amount of $1,000 if you mess that up? If you mess that up.
Oh, yes, I understand.
Understood?
Yes, I do.
You're all set.
Thank you.
All right, February 3rd, 9 a.m.
Thank you, Judge.
Enjoy your day. Thanks, Samir. Are we ready on, well, hold on a minute. Heather, why don't we put Mr. Schick in with Mr. Godinez while we take care of some pleas with Mr. Nunley?
All righty.
Got that, Tom?
You're muted.
Nope.
I think he was just telling us he was going back in his room.
Okay. All right, Mr. Nunley, are you ready on binding?
Yes, Your Honor, we're ready to proceed. At this time, we're just asking for a final pretrial where the victim must appear.
Mr. Nunley, agreed?
I'm sorry, say again, Judge?
I asked Mr. Nunley if he agreed to a final pretrial on binding.
Oh, well, yes. Are you asking Mr. Kaplan?
I'm asking Mr. Kaplan. Mr. Kaplan, you okay with a final pretrial on binding?
Mr.
Okay,
Kaplan.
this isn't working. I don't know who you're talking to, Mr. Kaplan, but you need to be talking to me.
My apologies, Your Honor.
Are you okay with a final pretrial on binding?
Yes, Your Honor.
January 6th, January 20, or February 3rd, gentlemen?
January 6th is good with me.
No objection.
All right, how about 9:50?
Sounds good.
All right, that is going to be courtroom number 1. You got all that, Ms. Vining?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Have a nice day, man.
Thank you. You too.
Heather, let's try Mr. Williams now.
He's no longer in there.
Oh, of course not. Let me call him then, see if he'll answer the phone.
Okay.
Mr. Williams, this is 34th District Court calling. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Nunley, your appearance for Mr. Williams, please.
Could you repeat that again for me?
I'm asking your attorney to speak. Mr. Nunley is muted.
Royce Nunley on behalf of the defendant.
I've already got prosecutor, attorney.
Mr. Williams, Mr. Williams, Mr. Williams, do not speak.
Go ahead, buddy. I got a bad concussion from Home Depot. It's permanent.
Okay,
2017.
okay,
So I don't understand a lot of things.
okay, do not speak. Do you understand that?
Huh?
Don't talk. Got it?
I don't know, you broke up on me a little bit much.
Can you not speak until I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
There you go. Mr. Nunley.
Okay.
Royce Nunley on behalf of the defendant. For purposes of the arraignment, we waive a formal reading. And at this time, Mr. Williams would like to avail himself of the plea offer made by the prosecutor of pleading guilty to the reduced charge of operating while visibly impaired in exchange for dismissal of the other charge.
All right, Mr. Williams, Mr. Nunley informs me that you are going to take the deal from the prosecutor today, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the judge, I pleaded guilty.
Okay, are you, and you understand the possible penalty for the added charge?
That's the only charge I know, driving under the influence.
Right, and you,
Driving impaired.
and you understand, sir, that this charge carries a possible penalty of 93 days in jail, although I'm not likely to do that.
Right. I'm gonna pay the $1,000, so I just talked to the clerk, and I told her next week I'll bring the 500 in, and then I'll see if I can get the 500 from my son-in-law up north.
Mr. Williams, you're making this very, very hard on me. Could you try to just stick to the answer of the question I asked and not give me extra information that I haven't sought?
Oh, yeah, go ahead, buddy.
Okay. Did you talk to Mr. Nunley about your rights?
Yeah. I talked to the prosecutor or the court-appointed attorney.
Did you understand your
Told me to
rights?
take the deal.
Did you understand those rights?
Yeah, I understood. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you drive a vehicle in Romulus on September 2nd?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Prior to driving that vehicle, did you consume alcohol?
Yeah, I have 3.5 beers.
Okay. Did you take a breath test or a blood test for the police department?
I took 2 tests, breathing tests.
All right. Mr. Nunley, is there a stipulation possible?
Yeah, Judge, we'll stipulate.
Repeat that again?
I'm asking your attorney a question, Mr. Williams. Mr. Nunley?
Yes, Your Honor, we would stipulate to what's in the police report.
Thank you.
Yeah, he just explained it to me and told me I'm getting away with a good deal and just plead guilty for the driving impaired. And it would be a $1,000 fine, a couple months for a restricted license, blah, 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 okay? And then after that, I'll be clean, okay? That's why I want to get it paid off. To borrow the money and get it paid off, the $1,000, that's the fine, or 93 days in jail. And then the lady hung up on me. She said goodbye and then hung up on me. That was it.
Let me know when it's my time to talk, Mr. Williams.
Okay, so I'm listening to you, buddy.
My turn?
Doing the best I can.
Okay. Based on what you told me and based on what I heard from your attorney, I can accept your plea to the added charge. I will dismiss the original charge. Understood?
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to have my probation department send you a notice for an appointment so you can come in and be interviewed by a probation officer. Mr. Nunley, I'm going to suggest that we do a sentencing and PSI the same day.
Okay, all right.
All right. In the meantime, I want to check some information. Is your address 27524 Dupree?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you have any questions about what we've done today?
No, not really. I'm just if I had paid the $1,000 fine.
You don't owe anything at this point. You don't owe anything at this point because I have not sentenced you yet. You have to be interviewed by the probation officer and then I will sentence you.
Okay.
Understood?
I just talked to the clerk and I told her I was gonna bring 500 in next week. And she said, I told her a cashier check or a money order. Okay, and she said, doesn't matter, money order is fine. And just bring it to 34th District Court where I know.
Okay,
I know where that's at.
forget about all that because the clerks don't sentence. That's what I do. And I have not done that yet. Don't worry about the money. You don't owe us $1 at this point.
Okay.
All right.
Was it gonna be $1,000 fine?
It's probably going to be more than that, but we'll talk about that somewhere down the road. We'll send you a piece of paper that tells you when you have to come to court again.
Okay.
Understood?
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought this the way you talked, that was it. When I talked to one attorney, are you the guy that I talked to?
I'm the judge, sir. That's why I'm trying to tell you, I'm the one that decides how we do
You're the
this.
judge.
Absolutely.
I didn't know I was talking to you, mister.
So I'm kind of in charge today.
Brian Oakley?
Correct. So you'll wait until you get a letter from my probation department that tells you when to come in, and then we'll take care of it that day.
Okay.
All right?
Sir. All right.
Any questions?
No, I just, I paid the $1,000 and borrowed the rest of it off my son and pay it off.
You're not gonna have to borrow it. You're not gonna have to borrow money. I'll work with a payment plan for whatever the total is. We'll talk about that next time I.
That's what the attorney said,
Okay.
$50 a month, but
All
I'd
right.
rather just get it paid off and get it over with.
Okay, so we'll talk next time in person. In the meantime, enjoy your holidays.
Okay,
Have a nice day.
all right, and I'll get that in the mail, right?
Yes, sir.
When they come in to see you?
Correct.
Okay, all right, you have a good day, Your Honor.
Thank you. Heather,
Yes, Judge.
remind me to warn Emily.
Mr.
Where we
Danilski was
at?
just holding up his phone.
Oh,
Mr.
no,
Danowski, are you ready?
I don't know what happened to my client, Your Honor, but I'll hang around as long as you're here. I got another quick pro con with Judge Elder, Wayne County. My
fine.
secretary, we're diligently trying to find my client. Maybe she's
Yeah.
having electronic, but we're ready for an immediate sentence today if I can get her
No
back.
problem. Counsel, if you want to, if you have, stay there if you want to. If you need to leave, we'll watch for you back in the waiting room, whatever works best for you.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Mays, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sorry I was running late on you. It was a magical, mythical morning here.
I'm glad it was such there because it wasn't that here.
Good Lord.
I'm bringing in Mr. Brzezinski. Do you need to speak to him or Mr. Kaplan? Or
No, no.
All right, Mr. Brzezinski is not connected yet. We've also got Mr. Taylor in the waiting room. He came in early. If you
Mr.
want to do that one, if you want to do that one before it's scheduled, we can do that.
Oh, yeah, please. And then we should also have Mr. Swagels.
No, Mr. Swaggles yet.
Seen him yet.
Okay.
And Mr. Mays,
Brzezinski, are you there?
Danielski? Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, Mr. Borinsky. Alexander.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good morning. Mr. Mays.
morning,
your
sir.
appearance.
Yes. Good morning, Your Honor. William Mays on on behalf of Mr. Brzezinski. So, Judge, since our last pretrial, I've obtained discovery from the Romulus Police Department and the prosecutor's office. I was able to go through these videos. I have several motions to file at this time that deal with the arrest decision, probable cause, and administration of the chemical test in this case. So I'd ask that you set this matter over. I will try to get those motions done as soon as possible, but it's been a little busy here lately. So I apologize.
Well, you know, Josh is here every week, so just tell me how far out you want to do it and I'll pick a date.
Could we go to the end of January, like 25 or 26? Oh, actually 26.
26 isn't one of my options.
27 or 28?
Your Honor, I apologize. I could not do the 27th, that on the January 27th. If we could go into February, then it might have to be then.
You want to go to that February 3rd date?
Can do that.
No objection.
11 o'clock?
Judge, Josh is not ours on February 3rd. We are handling airport and Van Buren. That will be Lisa's.
How are we? Yeah, are we supposed to be keeping motions? How are we doing that? I know trials we're keeping.
I honestly don't know about the motions. I know the bench trials we would. I mean, if they're just filing a motion, I would think it could go to the next judge.
How about January 31, Mr. Mays?
Yeah, that'll work. As long as it's at like 11. I'm sorry?
Yep. 11 a.m. on the 31st.
Okay.
Heather, run that issue past Mariah and see if that's ever been considered.
Okay, and is this going to be a live motion, Mr. Mays, or Zoom?
You can do any testimony or just legal arguments? Yeah.
I think it's primarily legal arguments.
So we can do it Zoom if nobody has any objection.
We could.
Okay, bond will be continued. Anything else on Mr. Brzezinski's file? Am I saying
No,
that
Your Honor.
right, Alexander Brzezinski?
Berezinski, Your Honor.
Berezinski. All right,
Yes, sir.
I cheated you out of a syllable. I'll try not to do that again.
No problem, sir.
All right. Anything else on this one, Mr. Mays?
Thank you. We're good, Judge. Thank you. Alex, we're all
Have a
good.
great day, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All right, let's bring Mr. Taylor in.
Morning, Your Honor.
Good morning again, Mr. Taylor.
Good morning, Your Honor. William Mays on behalf of Mr. Taylor.
And what do we got today?
Well, Judge, I think we're on the verge of taking a plea in this case, but I'm still waiting on a video from the traffic stop. I just want to see that video before we do a plea.
All right, so there's a motion scheduled today. Will you want to adjourn that out to another date?
Yeah, we'll withdraw the motion pending this video review.
All right. How much time do we need to do that?
Just a couple of weeks. We can do this one early January.
All right, so January 6th, January 20.
Let's do 20.
And we'll schedule that. That's in front of Judge Martin. We're going to schedule that at 9:50.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Mr. Taylor, your bond is continued, sir. Any questions for Mr. Mays before I terminate your call?
Not at the moment. Thank you.
Mr. Taylor, I'll give you a call later today.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Bill, you want to try to find your other guy?
I will. I'll mute it, and I've got some other things going on though, but I'll be back with you, Judge, if you don't.
Sure.
Thank you.
We'll keep busy without you.
All righty.
Royce, you got anything ready for us? Hey, Heather, is Mr. Schick still in a breakout?
No, Mr. Schick ended up having to leave. He is adjourning. Let's see. Did you already get it? I'm sorry, which one?
How about Slovak?
Slovak, I don't have, I'm guessing he was adjourned. He didn't tell me about that. Oh, Slovak and Godinez need to be rescheduled to until February sometime. Do you have a February date, Judge, out there?
February 3rd.
February 3rd. Okay, I'll put those on there. He'll be coming back. He had to go in with Magistrate Hinman.
Yeah.
And we have Mr. Abdelllatif, first name Sammy, at 9:50. He's connected.
Thank you. Mr. Abdellatif, good morning.
Good morning.
Say your last name
Half
for
of the
me.
normal time, non-reporting, so you do not have to report.
Abdellatif.
Abdellatif, good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm great. And yourself?
Not too bad, thank you. I've got two files from September 10. Drove while license suspended, revoked, or denied, and operating while intoxicated. Each of these are misdemeanors. Each one is punishable by up to $500 fines plus court costs. Each one carries a possible 93-day jail term. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right. The prosecutor has made an offer on the file. If you plead guilty to impaired driving, which is still up to 93 days in jail, but the license sanctions are less. And if you plead guilty to allow unlicensed driver to operate, which is a misdemeanor, up to $500 fines plus court costs, up to 90 days in jail, then both of the original charges would be dismissed. Looks like there was also a speeding ticket with this. Did you already pay the speeding?
Yeah, I already paid the speeding ticket.
All right. Do you understand the offer that's been presented by the prosecution?
Yes.
And are you prepared to go forward today without an attorney, or would you like to speak to the court-appointed attorney?
I feel like I'm good without an attorney.
And did I give you enough information to make a decision today?
Yes.
What would you like to do, sir?
To plead guilty.
You want to take that deal from the prosecution?
Yes.
Sir, did you drive a vehicle in Belleville on September 10, 2021?
Yes.
And prior to driving the vehicle, did you consume some alcohol?
Yes.
And due to your consumption of alcohol, was your ability to operate a vehicle on that date visibly impaired?
Yes.
On that date, was your license suspended, revoked, or denied?
Yes.
I'll accept your plea to both the added charges. I'm going to dismiss the original charges in keeping with the agreement for the prosecutor. Your address on Big Fine Court is correct?
Yes.
680-2836 is your phone?
Yes.
All right. Give me just a minute, and then I'm going to get your email address so I can put it on the file. All right, go ahead.
SAMMYABDELLATIF
So first name, last name.
Right. And then 23@gmail.com.
Thank you. All right, so I've accepted your plea. I've dismissed the original charges. I'm going to refer you to our probation department. They're going to contact you probably by email, but they're going to contact you and they're going to schedule with you a Zoom interview. Based on that interview, they're going to put together a report and a recommendation for sentencing. You're going to get a chance to look at that. I'm going to look at that. Where's that noise coming from?
It was Mr. Danielski. I muted him.
Okay. You'll get a chance to look at that report, so will I, and then you and I will talk, and I'll tell you what your sentencing is. Do you understand that so far?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to put you on a personal bond on both of these files. Bond condition number 1, stay out of trouble, no new charges. Bond condition number 2, cooperate with probation so we can move this towards sentencing. And condition number 3, don't purchase, possess, or consume any mood-altering substance, including alcohol, unless you've got a doctor's prescription for the substance. Do you understand all those conditions?
Yes, Judge.
Raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm and acknowledge the debt payable to the court amount of $1,000 on each of those files for a total of $2,000 if you violate bond?
Yes.
Do you have any questions about what we've done?
No.
All right, you'll be hearing from our probation department. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
I'm going to bring in Mr. or Jamie Elgas, ELGAS.
Yep.
9
What time?
or 10 a.m.
Thank you.
and they are connected.
Ms. Algas, can you hear me?
Yes.
I've got a file here from October 2nd, 2021. Do you have video?
Yes.
She's on.
Connected. All right, I've got a charge here of open intoxicants. It carries a possible penalty of up to 93 days in jail, up to $500 fines plus court costs. You understand that?
Yes.
All right. The prosecutor has made an offer on the file. If you plead guilty to the charge, prosecution is recommending a 3-month delayed sentence. What that means is for 3 months, you pay whatever court costs are assessed, you stay out of trouble with no new criminal charges. At the end of 3 months, it would be dismissed, so it would not stay on your record as a permanent criminal conviction. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Are you prepared today to go forward without an attorney, or would you like to speak to a court-appointed attorney?
I had a court-appointed attorney call me yesterday.
Is that the one that you're talking about?
Yeah, that's me, Judge.
It is, but that didn't answer my question.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Yeah, I can talk to him.
Yeah, and I
Okay,
just need
put
to
you in a
talk to
breakout
Mr.
room with Mr.
Kaplan
Nolan.
about the matter, I think, before I jump in with her.
This is
I'm sorry, say that
Nolan.
again?
Nolan, no, this is
Bell.
Elgis.
Elgis is Belleville.
So you want to talk to the
okay.
prosecutor before you talk to Miss August?
Yep, please.
How are they doing that?
Yep, they're going in, and I'm gonna bring in Miss Williams. She is at 10:20. And she's connected.
Williams, video, please.
Sorry.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Ms. Williams, I've got a file from October 9, 2021. The charge is drove while license suspended, revoked, or denied. Possible penalty up to $500 fines plus court costs and up to 93 days in jail. You understand that?
Yes, sir. Can I say something?
Prosecutor on the file. I'm sorry?
Nothing. I'll wait. I'm gonna wait. Sorry.
The prosecutor on the file has made an offer. If you plead guilty to the added charge of allowing an unlicensed driver to operate a vehicle on October 9, 2021, then the original charge would be dismissed. Both misdemeanor charges. The difference is the drove while license suspended would result with 2 points on your driving record from Secretary of State. The added charge would be 0 points. Both are subject to possible jail time. 93 days on the original charge, 90 on the added charge. Jail is not really an option on this one unless you just absolutely positively refuse to do anything I tell you to do. Do you understand the offer?
Yes, sir. Can I tell you something? So
Not yet.
I had to.
Not
Okay.
yet. Not yet. Are you prepared today to go forward without an attorney, or would you like to speak to a court-appointed attorney?
I'd like to speak with someone because I had a question.
Okay. That's why I stopped you. I don't want you to say anything to me. If you're going to talk to an attorney, you say it to the attorney first. Okay?
Yes, sir.
So the attorney is tied up right now in another breakout room, but as soon as he is available, we will let you speak to him. Understood?
Yes, sir.
All right. So just wait patiently. We'll get you in to talk to him.
Judge, I'm gonna step away real quick since we have nobody in the waiting room.
Yep. Mr. Nunley, are you ready?
Yeah, I do need to go into a breakout room with Miss Elgis.
All right. I just lost Heather for a minute. Let's see if I can do this without losing anybody.
All right.
So which room are you popping in and out of, Mr. Nunley?
I am in right now. I'm in Prosecutor Nolan's room.
Oh, okay. So let's see if I can put you. Nope, that won't work. Yeah, all right. I'm gonna put you in 6, and I'm gonna send Mr. Elgis there as well, I think. Hopefully you end up in the same room. Good morning, Shane.
Morning.
I like the beard.
That makes one of you. My wife sure doesn't.
Yeah, they usually don't.
Yeah, I do it every November and December, and then it goes away come January. So
They get used to the beard. It's okay.
yeah, I bought a special conditioner to soften it up, so.
Yeah, understand that he said they get used to it. He didn't say they learn to love it.
Well, my wife won't let me shave mine. She says I look too young if I do so.
She doesn't mind stubble. She just doesn't like this. So.
iPhone. iPhone, are you connected?
Yes.
What is your name?
Monique McSwain.
McSwain is the last name?
Yes.
Okay. And we have Mr. Swaggles in the waiting room, Judge.
Yeah, I see that.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. McSwain, when were you scheduled so I can find you on my list?
8:50. I was having difficulties getting onto Zoom.
All right, I'm having
Couldn't
trouble
find the
understanding you.
paperwork.
At 8:50, Judge?
All right, Ms. McSwain. I've got a file here from December 30, 2019, violation of parental responsibility. Josh, is this one of our truancy ones? Looks like it is. Yep. Okay.
Yes, it is.
Standard offer, Josh?
Yeah. Yes, Your Honor.
6 months, 9 months, where you at?
6 months.
All right. Ms. McSwain, this is a misdemeanor charge. It is punishable by up to $500 fines plus court costs and up to 93 days in jail. Do you understand that?
Yes, I'm not even sure what the charges are.
Violation of parental responsibility. According to the information I've got in my file.
This is the first I'm ever hearing about this.
Okay. Says D'Angelo McSwain, I'm assuming that's your son,
Yes.
right? Had missed at that point in time 15, more than 15 absences at the Romulus Middle School, unexcused absences.
He didn't have any unexcused absences. When they said
Okay,
they filed this.
Ma'am,
Yes.
you're making this harder than it's got to be. I didn't ask you any questions other than, do you understand the charge and the possible penalty?
Yes.
Okay, the prosecutor has made an offer on this file. If you plead guilty to the charge, it would be taken under a delayed sentence for 6 months. As long as there were no further absenteeism problems with your son during that 6-month period and no new criminal convictions, then at the end of 6 months, the charge would be dismissed. It would not stay on your record as a criminal conviction. Do you understand the offer from the prosecutor?
Okay, if I plead guilty for 6 months, can you repeat that?
Ma'am, yes or no, do you understand the plea offer from the prosecutor?
Yes.
All right, understanding the offer, understanding the possible penalty for the charge. Do you want to go forward without an attorney, or would you like to speak to the court-appointed attorney or hire your own attorney?
Can I speak with the court-appointed attorney for a minute?
Absolutely. He's got a couple people in line in front of you, but you will get your chance to talk to him shortly. All right, Mr. Mays, Mr. Sweegles is in our breakout or our waiting room. Do you need to speak to him or Mr. Kaplan on that? Or Mr. Nolan for that matter? And we lost Mr. Mays. Mr. Nunley, are you ready on Ms. Elgus?
Yes, Your Honor, I am. I would just like to confirm with Mr. Nolan that the offer was a deferred sentence for 3 months on this matter. Is that correct?
Yep.
That's what the paper shows, correct, Shane?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. I don't think I have the offers from Belleville, but at this point in time, Your Honor, after speaking with my client, she would like to avail herself of that offer.
Okay. Ms. Elgus, you understand the possible penalty for the charge, correct?
Yes.
You understand your rights and the options those rights present to you?
Yes.
Understanding your rights and options, are you pleading guilty to this charge freely and voluntarily today?
Yes.
All right. Did you come in contact with Belleville Police on October 2nd, 2021 in Belleville?
Yes.
And at that time, did you have in your possession or control some open intoxicants in the vehicle?
Yes.
Gentlemen, you satisfied with the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
so am I. Mr. Nunley, what should I know before I sentence?
Just a, she's a captain of her cheerleading squad at the school that she works at. She doesn't have a criminal record to speak of. We would just ask the court, we would leave it to the court's discretion regarding sentencing.
All right, Mr. Nolan, anything from the people?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Elgus, I figured you were either a school teacher or just one really, really organized woman.
I'm a teacher. Yeah, I'm a kindergarten teacher.
Yeah, that's not the normal backdrop I have when I talk to people on Zoom.
Sorry.
Anything you want to tell me before I sentence?
No, thank you.
All right. Is there anything on your criminal history?
Yes.
That's fine. You don't have to.
Anything within the last 5 years?
No.
All right. I'll go along with the prosecutor's recommendation, 3 months delayed sentence. Court costs are assessed the amount of $400. I can either set you up with a monthly payment plan or just give you a due date, pay it all within 30 days.
I can pay it all within 30 days.
Any questions?
No, thank you.
Your address on Wabash, that's a good one for at least 3 months?
Yes, it is.
Okay, you're all set. Any questions for Mr. Nunley before I kick you out of the meeting room?
No, thank you.
Enjoy your day. Mr. Danielski.
Yes, I guess my client's not quite ready to take a plea, Your Honor. She wants me to review these. It's a complaint about a bunch of harassing text messages. She would like to get my opinion on whether they were harassing or not. She was telling me it was kind of a mutual thing. And I don't know if Mr. Kaplan has those because he gave me the police report. If he does, I guess I'd like to see him. Otherwise, I can't subpoena that information. They won't. I think the federal law doesn't allow me to get that. I can see what's on my client's phone if she has it, but I'm a little concerned if I'm going to somehow be able to review that. So it's a fair offer that Mr. Kaplan gave, but.
I don't have them. I don't know what the police department has. You certainly have my permission. You have permission to sign my name to a discovery order and get that to Judge Oakley. And I'm sure I'll speak for you, Judge Oakley. He's very quick to get them signed, and you can get that. To the police.
You check on Steve Baker. This guy's killing me.
Call him, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Mute yourself, Royce.
I did.
Counsel, if you want to email me a discovery request, we'll get it out to you today. You can take that to the PD and see what they've got.
Your Honor, is your email on the website?
Heather will chat it to you.
Okay, thank you.
Let's adjourn this out. We can go to January 6th, January 20, or February 3, whatever one gives you enough time, you think.
Let me see here, Your Honor. What was the third one? February 3?
January 6th, January 20, or February 3?
I guess February 3, Your Honor. I'm kind of booked on the other date.
That's going to be at 9:30, and that'll be at courtroom 1.
Is that in person, Your Honor?
Zoom.
Oh, Zoom. And then I don't think my client's been arraigned, Your Honor. And then I don't know if you have it in the file, but I'm not aware.
We'll adjourn with the difficulties we've had with her getting her connected. We'll just do an arraignment pretrial that day.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Have a good day.
You as well. Mr. Mays, you got anything?
Judge, can you let Mr. Nunley know what he needs on Miss Williams so I can put them in a breakout room?
I wanted to add, Judge, just for the record, that wives may not approve of beards, but they really especially don't approve of handlebar mustaches.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
Mr. Nunley, on Williams, the charge is DWLS. The offer is AUDO.
Is what?
Allow unlicensed driver.
Okay.
Can you also give him the one on McSwain so that when that one's ready, I can shove them in the breakout room on that one, please.
Yeah, McSwain is just our standard parental responsibility for truancy issues, 6 months delayed.
Royce, I don't know if
Mr.
you've
Mays,
had.
do you need to?
I apologize, Roy. Just so Royce, I don't know if you've dealt with the parental responsibilities for attendance, but if you want to talk to me about it, I can. I'll run you through what happens.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Mays, do you need to speak to anybody on Sweegles?
No, we're good to go. I think we are, Mr. Kaplan.
Well, so we're gonna have to adjourn it one more time. I did not get a ticket issued in time. I tried. There was an incident last night in Romulus, and the police were not able to get me what I needed. So, we'll just request one. This will be a final pretrial, Your Honor. I believe we have a as long as Mr. Swagos continues in sobriety court and no issues, we have a deal worked out at the next court hearing.
Right. That's my understanding as well, Judge. Mr. Swagos, I did talk to him on the phone. I see he's.
Hold on. Somebody give me some feedback so I can pick a date. How far out?
January 20, that would work. That date that we had said earlier.
Perfect. What time did I give you that last one, Mr. Mays?
9:50, but that was in front of Judge Martin, though. I mean, it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Pre-trials, we just keep kicking them to the next, whenever the date is. We don't
Gotcha.
want to keep those. All right, so bond is continued, January 20, 9:50. Mr. Sweegles, you understand that?
He's not connected.
He can't connect to the audio, Judge. I'll let him know.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Enjoy your day.
You too.
I'm looking at the names now, Judge, to see who's in here. I'm going to bring in attorney Kevin Ernst. I don't know what he is on.
He can probably tell us.
Yes. Hi, Mr. Ernst. Who are you here on, please?
Trevor Jones.
All right, he is in the waiting room, bringing him in.
Scheduled when?
10:10.
Thank you. First, do you need to speak to the prosecutor on that one?
Yes, please, Your.
And that's going to be Belleville. Shane, are you able to go back into your room, please?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
You want to bring in Broden?
Sure. Do you see where he's at? Oh, I see, 10:30.
10:30.
10:30. Royce, are you ready on McWilliams, or do you want me to put you in with McSwain?
I'm ready.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Nunley.
Royce Nunley, on behalf of the defendant, for purposes of the arraignment, we waive a formal reading. At this time, Ms. Williams would like to avail herself of the offer of the pleading guilty to the reduced charge of allowing an unlicensed driver to drive.
Thank you. Ms. Williams, you understand the possible penalty for that charge?
Yes.
And you understand the possible, or you understand your rights and options after speaking to counsel?
Yes.
And understanding all of that, are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily to the added charge?
Yes.
Did you drive a vehicle in Belleville on October 9, 2021 while your license was suspended, revoked, or denied?
Yes.
I'll accept your plea to the added charge. I'll dismiss the original charge. Your address on Woburn is correct, ma'am?
Yes.
And phone number, please.
810-522-4704.
Thank you. What's the status of your license now, Ms. Williams?
They're valid. It was because I had a state ID, so they
Awesome.
canceled them.
All right. So they are valid now, or they were valid?
No, the attorney said it didn't matter, but yes, they are valid.
Okay. Anything you want me to know before I set the terms of your sentence?
Yes, I had a state ID and a driver's license, so they canceled them. So I had to go and tell them that I didn't want the state ID anymore. So I apologize for the inconvenience.
Okay. All right. Find the costs on the file. Go ahead.
I was gonna ask if you can give me 60 days from today and I can make the payment in full.
Sure. Total on the file is $400. You can pay that all within 60?
Oh,
Yes, no?
yeah, say it again. Yeah,
Can you
go
pay it
ahead.
all within 60?
No, actually, I need 90 days. I didn't know it was 400.
Let's just do a monthly payment plan. How much can you pay every month?
$15.
I'm not gonna do $15.
Let's do 25.
Let's do 100.
What's the minimum?
Hey, just give me 1 second, bro. Don't start without me, all right?
Yeah, I don't even know who you are, so sure. Ms. Williams, can you do 100 a month?
Yeah, sure. Can it start in?
Can you make your first payment in January, the first week?
I can make my first payment when I get paid on January 28th. No, I don't get paid. I'm sorry, the 21st. There's no way I'll be able to do it on that first check in
So
January.
I'll give you until the 28th. I'll give you until the 28th then.
Okay.
All right, that's doable?
Yeah.
Okay, good luck, ma'am. Enjoy your holidays.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Ernst, are you ready on Jones?
Your Honor, could I have a breakout room with my client for about 5 minutes?
Sure. Mr. Broden, are you connected, sir?
Hello?
Yes, Mr. Broden, video, please.
Trying to hold on. My phone is really messed up.
I've got two files, Mr. Broden, from October 3rd, 2016. Drove while license suspended, revoked, or denied, and possession of marijuana. Each one is a misdemeanor. Each one punishable by up to $500 fines plus court costs and up to 93 days in jail. Do you understand the charges?
Yes, sir. Trying to get this camera on, Your Honor.
All right, keep working at it. The prosecutor has made an offer on the files. If you plead to the added charge of allowing an unlicensed driver to operate, then both the original charges would be dismissed. Allowing an unlicensed driver is still a misdemeanor, but it would not have any license sanctions with Secretary of State. Do you understand the offer?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you prepared to go forward today without an attorney, Mr. Broden, or would you like to speak to Mr. Nunley, who's our court appointed today?
I'll go without attorney, Your Honor.
Did I give you enough information to make a decision about that plea offer?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what's your decision, Mr. Broden?
Want to plead not guilty?
So you want to set a trial on these?
Oh, no. I want to resolve it soon. I'm sorry. I want to plead guilty and try to resolve it soon.
You want to take the offer from the prosecution, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Did you drive a vehicle on October 3rd, 2016 in Belleville?
Yes, Your Honor, I did.
And at that time, was your license suspended, revoked, or denied?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'll accept your plea to the added charge. I'll dismiss both of the original charges. Now, on that marijuana charge, the case is dismissed, but there's a $45 clearance fee that you might have to pay to get your license straightened out. Understood?
Yes, Your Honor.
I've got your address on Faircrest in Detroit. Is that a valid address?
Yes, Your Honor. That's my current address.
Phone number 655-2768.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Is there anything you'd like me to consider, sir, before I set the terms of sentence on the allow unlicensed driver to operate?
I'd just like to say that I'm on the payment plan with Ferndale right now for another ticket, which is not none of your concern. But I have child support, a lot of stuff coming on my check. So
Okay. I'll work with you on payments.
okay, well then that's all I wanted to just put out there. I
Okay.
got child support and other tickets.
Gotcha. All right, on the allow unlicensed driver, the added charge, the total on the fines and costs is $600. We can set you up with a monthly payment plan. Tell me how much you can pay every month.
Can I do 50?
50 every month. Can you start that on or before January 7th? That's the first Friday of the year.
Let me look at a calendar. So I'll make sure I don't get in the same court payment plan as Ferndale.
Yep.
You said what day, Your Honor?
January 7th was what I was looking at for a start date.
I can do the 7th because I don't have to pay Ferndale until the 14th.
Okay. Any questions, Mr. Broden?
You said what, Your Honor?
Any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Enjoy your day.
You too. Thank you,
Mr.
sir.
Ernst, are you ready on Jones?
Yes, Your Honor, we're ready. There's been an offer by the prosecutor, and we'd like to take advantage of the offer, Your Honor.
You. Mr. Jones, I understand that you are prepared today to enter a plea of guilty to the added charge of operating while impaired, correct?
Yes, sir.
Also pleading guilty to allow unlicensed driver to operate a vehicle on October 2nd, correct?
Yes, sir.
You've discussed with your attorney your rights and your options.
Yep.
Do you understand those today, sir?
Yes, sir.
And you also understand, do you, sir, that what the possible penalties are for these added charges?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Did you drive a vehicle on that date in Belleville?
Yes, sir.
Prior to driving the vehicle, did you consume some alcohol?
Yes, sir.
Counsel, would you stipulate to a data master or breath test?
Yes, Your Honor.
What is it?
What the data master, I believe, was 1.14.
Are you satisfied with the plea, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'll accept the plea to the impaired driving, dismiss the intoxicated driving. When you were driving that day, sir, was your license suspended, revoked, or denied?
Yes, sir.
Satisfied with that plea, counselor?
Yes, Your Honor.
I am as well. I'll dismiss the original drove while license suspended charge. Sir, I'm showing your address on Oxford Court. Is that a good address?
Yes, sir.
And phone number 963-5431?
968-5431.
968, thank you. All right, and can I confirm, do you have an email address I can share with my probation department?
Yes.
Go ahead.
tjones014@gmail.com.
All right, the probation department's going to reach out to you and schedule a pre-sentence interview. That'll be by Zoom. They'll also contact your attorney and we'll pick a sentencing date. So based on that interview, they're going to put together a report and recommendation. Your counsel will see that, have a chance to talk to you about it. I'll look at it, and the three of us will discuss it further before sentencing. Understood?
Yes, sir.
All right, in the meantime, I'm going to put you on a personal bond on these files. Condition number 1, stay out of trouble. Condition number 2, cooperate with our probation department and your attorney so that we can get you sentenced. And condition 3, do not purchase, possess, or consume any mood altering substance unless you've got a doctor's prescription for that substance. Do you have any questions about anything we've done?
No, sir.
Raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm and acknowledge the debt payable to the court amount of $1,000 if you violate your bond?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Ernst, any questions?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Enjoy your day, gentlemen.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You too.
Judge,
We need
before
to
I,
put- Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I was gonna bring in Mr. Vanchuk. I don't know if we're done with McSwain.
All right, say that again about McSwain. I'm sorry.
Royce, are you done with McSwain or have you not spoke to her yet?
I have not spoken to her yet.
Okay. If you can go back in your room, please.
Sure.
Go to your room, Royce. Go to your room.
Going.
That sounds so bad. Mr. Ivanchek, do you have Miss Sheldon with you?
No, I don't. She might not be the hearing doesn't start for another 10 minutes. I figured I'd log on a little bit early, see if we can get this resolved.
Okay, cool. Do you need to speak to the prosecutor?
Yeah, please.
That's me.
That is you, Shane. Can you go in your breakout room, please?
Headed there now.
Thank you. I'm bringing in Elsie. The last name is Lopez-Lainez at 10:20.
Miss Lopez Linez, are you there?
Hi, I'm here.
How about video?
I'm here.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Ma'am, I've got two files. I've got a misdemeanor charge of drove while license suspended, revoked, or denied, which carries a possible penalty of up to $500 fines plus court costs and up to 93 days in jail. And I've got a civil infraction, registration, or plate violation. The prosecutor for Belleville has made an offer. If you plead guilty to the added charge of allowing an unlicensed driver to operate a vehicle, both of those charges would be dismissed. Allowing an unlicensed driver to operate is a misdemeanor. It's up to 90 days in jail, up to $500 fines plus court costs. The main difference is that has no license sanction. The drove while license suspended would be 2 points on your Secretary of State record. Do you understand the offer?
Kind of.
Do you have any questions about the offer?
Sorry, this was my first ticket. Can you explain it in like a more simple way? Sorry.
Don't know if I can or not, but I'll try.
Okay.
The drove while license suspended charge, it's punishable by jail time and fines and costs, although I'm not likely to put you in jail on this kind of charge. So there'd be fines and costs. But when I take your plea, we report that to Secretary of State and they're going to put 2 points on your record. That's going to cause your insurance to go up and some other bad things can happen. The offer from the prosecution is that you plead guilty to allowing an unlicensed driver to operate the vehicle. The unlicensed driver was you, so you let yourself violate that law, but it doesn't have the 2 points. So there's still going to be fines and costs, but no points. So it should not affect your driving record with Secretary of State. Understood?
Okay.
If you take the deal on the new charge, then the civil infraction, registration, or plate violation would also be dismissed. You understand the offer now?
Yes.
All right. Would you like to talk to a court-appointed attorney before you make your decision, or are you prepared to go forward without an attorney?
Is there a cost for an attorney?
There is not.
I'm sorry, you cut off.
There is not a cost.
Okay, yeah. I would like to talk to someone, please.
Okay. Give me just a minute. We're going to use him on another file, and then we'll put you in a breakout room with Mr. Nunley. Mr. Nunley on McSwain.
He requested a breakout room with Josh, so they are in a breakout room right now, Judge.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Who's Mr. Ivanchek's client?
Michelle Sheldon, but she's not in yet.
Got it. What time was she scheduled, please? Oh, never mind. I'll wait till she gets here.
Yeah.
Who else do you want to bring in?
I'm gonna bring in Trisha Gunther McBride. She is at 10:20.
Thank you.
Not doing that. Shit, I missed today.
Miss Gunther McBride, are you there? Mr. Nunley, are you ready on McSwain?
I need to speak with Ms. McSwain in a breakout room one more time, please.
Sure.
All right, you can go back in there, Royce. I'll put her in.
Miss Gunther McBride, you are muted.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Do you have video?
There we go.
Good morning.
Morning.
Ma'am, I've got a file here from October 6, 2021. Drove while license suspended, revoked, or denied. That is a misdemeanor. Carries a possible penalty of up to $500 fines plus court costs and up to 93 days in jail. Understood?
Yes.
The prosecutor for the city of Belleville has made an offer. If you plead guilty to the added charge of allow unlicensed driver to operate, the original charge would be dismissed. This is a misdemeanor, but the main difference would be there would be no points on your record. Drove while license suspended results in 2 points on your Secretary of State driving record. Do you understand the offer that's being made?
Yes.
Are you prepared to go forward today without an attorney, or would you like to speak to a court-appointed attorney?
I think I'll just accept the plea. Yeah.
All right. Did you drive a vehicle on that date in the city of Belleville?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, was your license suspended, revoked, or denied?
Yes.
I'll accept your plea to the added charge. I'll dismiss the original charge. Got your address on Belleville, is that right?
Yes.
How about a phone number?
313-458-2732.
What's the status of your driving record now?
It's the same.
Still suspended?
Yes.
What do you have to do? What do you have to do to get back on the road legally?
Well, as far as I know, that I couldn't do anything until November, but I had gotten that ticket in October, so I was waiting to even try to get a court date until October, I guess, through the state of Michigan or something. I don't know. This is my first time ever having to deal with this, so still trying to figure it all out.
So you've got some kind of a charge that you have to clean up that's stopping you from getting your license?
I had a previous DUI.
Okay, and where's that charge at?
Inkster.
Okay. All right, is there anything else you want me to know before I set the terms of your sentence?
Really, I honestly was coming back from an AA meeting. I have proof of it. I just didn't have a way to get there and back. Typically, I have not been driving. I've been getting rides as much as possible. Out here, it's a little more rural, so it's harder to catch like an Uber. We have no public transportation out here other than that. So, you know, like I said, I mean, I do my best, obviously, not to put myself in those situations. And at this point, I just didn't want to risk my sobriety. Tomorrow I will have 14 months sober.
Good for you.
Good so for you.
Don't forget, there are online options. I'm sure it's not as meaningful as being in person, but they're out there.
Okay.
All right. Anything else before I sentence, ma'am?
No, sir. Thank you.
All right. Good luck with your sobriety. I'm sure the holidays are tough, so keep on track.
Thank you.
Your total fines that cost $400. I can give you 30 days to pay that in full, or I'll set you up with a monthly payment plan.
Just 30 days pay in full.
Any questions?
So you said it'll be 2 points on my license?
The drove while license suspended would give you 2 points. The added charge that I just took your plea on will not.
Okay.
So no points.
Okay.
You're all set.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Nunley, are you ready?
Yes, we're ready.
What are we doing?
Royce Nunley, we have to defendant. At this time, Ms. McSwain would like to avail herself of the offer made by the prosecutor. Plead guilty to a deferred sentence for 6 months.
Thank you. Ms. McSwain, you understand the possible charge, or excuse me, the possible penalty for the charge?
Yes.
And you understand how that 6-month delayed sentence works?
Yes.
All right. December 30, 2019, was D'Angelo having some problems making it to school on a regular basis? Did he have some unexcused absences?
You said December 30th.
Yeah, not that was the day that he was absent, but leading up to December 30th, did he have some unexcused absences at the school?
Yes.
Mr. Nunley, are you satisfied?
Satisfied.
Mr. Kaplan, are you satisfied?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, ma'am, I'm gonna do that 6 months. No further problems. If you're having any issue, how old's your son?
He's 17.
Yeah. So if you're having any further issues with him, then I need you to contact my probation officer, Christine Oswald. Let her know what's going on, see if she's got any resources available. Because at 17, he's responsible for getting himself to school. So if he's not taking care of business, then maybe we'll put him in the hot seat instead of you.
Okay.
Any questions?
Yeah, he just turned 17, so yeah.
Okay. All right. Is your address on Wyoming going to be a good one for 6 months?
Yes.
All right. If by chance you move, let us know where to find you. So if we think there's a problem, we'll give you a chance to explain it without this going on your record and staying there.
Okay.
Good luck, ma'am.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Vanchek, are you ready?
I am, Your Honor. My client's here as well.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
And what do we got, counselor?
I've spoken to the prosecutor. I spoke to my client. The prosecutor's offer is to reduce the charge to operating while impaired and dismiss the charge of operating while intoxicated. And my client is agreeable to that.
Good. And Ms. Sheldon, you understand your rights and options after discussing these with Mr. Vanchek?
Yes, I do.
And you understand the possible penalty for the added charge?
Yes,
Did you drive a vehicle in Belleville on October 10, 21?
I did.
Prior to operating the vehicle, did you consume some alcohol?
I did.
Counsel, is there a stipulation?
We'll stipulate to a 0.23, Your Honor.
Thank you. You satisfied?
We are, Your Honor.
Mr. Nolan, are you satisfied?
Yes, Your Honor.
The court is satisfied as well. The original charge is dismissed. Ms. Sheldon, I'm showing your address on Maplewood. Is that right?
Correct.
Phone number 748-2467.
Correct.
Do you have an email address that you use?
SHELSROTT@yahoo.com.
All right. A little bit slower. My ears aren't as fast as your lips.
All right. SHELSROTT@yahoo.
So Shells Rot.
Correct.
What, do you got a Rottweiler?
Do.
All right. So shellsrot@yahoo.com.
Correct.
So my probation department's going to reach out to you and schedule a Zoom interview. Based on that interview, they're going to put together a report and recommendation. You'll see that. You'll get a chance to talk about that report with Mr. Vanchek. I'll see that. The three of us will have another conversation about that report and whatever else you guys want to bring up. Then I'll decide what the sentence will be. So you'll get the interview date. Mr. Vanchek, you'll hear from our probation department. We'll pick a sentencing date. And in the meantime, I'm going to put you on a personal bond. Couple of conditions. Number one, stay out of trouble. Number two, cooperate with probation and Mr. Vanchek so we can move you forward to our sentencing. And number three, do not purchase, possess, or consume any mood-altering substance unless you've got a doctor's prescription for the substance. Do you understand those conditions, Ms. Sheldon?
I do.
Raise your right hand for me. Did you swear or affirm and acknowledge the debt payable to the court in the amount of $1,000 if you mess up on that?
I do.
Counsel, anything else?
No, Your Honor. I think we're all set.
All right. Enjoy your holidays.
Thank you.
Good morning,
Jeff.
Ms. Greer. Go ahead, Heather.
Can you give Miss Greer, Miss Lopez Lainez's
I can.
plea, and then I'll put them in a room.
Yep. Great minds think alike. That was awesome. Good morning, Sharon. Are you there?
Good morning. I am here
All right.
halfway.
All right. We're gonna stick you in a breakout room with Miss Lainez Lopez.
Okay.
She's got two files: a civil infraction registration or plate, a misdemeanor drove while license suspended. Mr. Nolan's offer is plea to allow unlicensed driver to operate, and the original two charges would be dismissed.
Okay.
This
Thank
is
you.
the lady's first rodeo with the criminal justice system. She just needs a little hand holding.
I got her. Got her.
All right.
Mr.
All right, ladies,
Reggie.
we'll see you when you're done.
Thank you.
All right, Judge, I'm going to bring in Wayne County Jail to see who they have. And then Mr. Ramsayer, Attorney Ramsayer has Tim Rogers.
Yep, let's do the jail. Yep.
Yeah, okay. Wayne County, who do you have, please?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I have Alberto Cuevas hyphenated Clark on camera 1.
Let's see.
From Judge Oakley. Look here.
I'm not.
It's like 10:50.
Oh, I got it. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
All right. Mr. Clark, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. I can hear you.
Good morning. I've got a June 12, 2021 drove while license suspended, revoked, or denied file. That is punishable by up to 93 days in jail, up to $500 fines plus court costs. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor, I understand, I think.
The prosecutor has made an offer on this file. If you plead guilty to allowing an unlicensed driver to operate a vehicle, I would dismiss the drove while license suspended. That would save you the 2 points on your driving record from Secretary of State. Allow unlicensed driver is a misdemeanor punishable by up to $500 fines plus court costs and up to 90 days in jail. Do you understand the offer?
No, sir, not completely.
The main difference is points versus no points. With the drove while license suspended, which is the original charge, you will get 2 points from Secretary of State. With the added charge, you will not get any point. It'd just be a question of money, or in your case, depending on how long you've been in custody, maybe just some jail time, close out with time, credit time served. How long you been in custody?
Like, I think 53 days.
Yeah, if you take a plea from me today, I'm gonna put you in jail. I'm gonna sentence you to jail and close the file with credit for time served. Whatever way you go, you plead to drove while license suspended, or you plead to the added charge. You
Okay,
take
well,
the deal from the prosecutor, you don't have to worry about license sanctions.
I don't want any points or anything. It was just.
I don't blame you.
It was just a concern that when the officer pulled me over, he gave me a sobriety test, and they took me to the hospital and drew my blood, and you haven't brought anything up like that. I didn't drink, I didn't smoke, I didn't do anything. I was completely sober. Maybe he's just I don't know what was wrong with him.
Okay. And I don't know about any of that. You know, for all I know, there might be charges coming down the road from that. I don't know. I'm not part of that process yet.
All right. Well, yeah, I don't need any points on my license.
Well, you understand if you take the deal from the prosecutor, I'll close the file. You won't have any points.
Okay. Can you tell me the difference one more time, please?
There's a difference of a possible 3-day jail term, 93 versus 90, and 2 points on your record. The original charge gives you 2 points. The added charge does not.
Okay. Well, I don't want any points on my record, sir.
I understand that. That's why I've told you 4 times now, the added charge gives you no points.
Okay.
Are you prepared to go forward today without benefit of an attorney, or would you like to speak to an attorney?
I like to speak to attorney.
You would or you would not? I didn't understand you.
No, I want to talk to an attorney.
Okay. When our court-appointed attorney is available, we'll let you do that. We'll put you in a breakout room. Thank
All
you,
right.
Deb.
Thank you, sir. We're on standby.
Thank you. We'll get you out as soon as we can. Good morning, Mr. Ramsayer. Your appearance for Mr. Rogers.
Absolutely. Good morning, Your Honor. Oh, sorry. Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Ryan Ramsayer, P73195. I'm appearing on behalf of Mr. Tim Rogers, who is appearing via Zoom. I believe there may be a audio issue. Mr. Rogers, can you hear us?
He cannot. It's still no audio.
Counsel, you have his phone number?
I do have his phone number, Your Honor.
All right, here's what are you aware of the offer that's been made?
I had spoken with Mr. Nolan about it, Your Honor. Okay. Here, Your Honor, I have him right now on audio on my phone. Can you hear?
I cannot. For some reason, my audio.
Right, but
Okay, I can hear him, counsel.
Okay, excellent. Your Honor, I spoke with Mr. Nolan about this case. I believe Mr. Nolan, unless things have changed, that the offer was going to be to either an amended or added count of operating while visibly impaired. There'd be a removal of the original count. In addition, the traffic ticket of speeding would be changed to double parking.
With a $300 fine.
With a $300 fine. Thank you, Mr. Nolan.
Sure.
And my client, Your Honor, I advised him of his rights. I spoke with him yesterday about this plea. He does want to take advantage of it, and he is prepared to go forward at this time.
Thank you. Is that correct, Mr. Rogers?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Mr. Nolan, what I would prefer to do, instead of reducing the speeding to a double parking, which just causes some extra clerk work, I'll just make a note in my file so when I sentence, I hit Mr. Rogers $300 heavier than I normally would. Saves the clerks the paperwork. To Mr. Rogers, it doesn't change anything.
That's fine.
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Ramsayer agreed?
I agree, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Rogers, you understand the possible penalty for the added charge of impaired driving, sir?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Did you discuss your rights and options with your attorney?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand those rights and options?
Yes, Your Honor.
Understanding all of that, are you taking the deal from the prosecutor and pleading guilty to the added charge?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you doing so freely and voluntarily today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you drive a vehicle in Belleville on October 11, 21?
Excuse me, Your Honor. Can you please repeat that?
I can. Did you drive a vehicle in Belleville on October 11, 2021?
Yes, Your Honor.
Prior to driving the vehicle, did you drink some alcohol?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Ramsayer, would you stipulate to the data master or blood test?
We'd stipulate to the data master, Your Honor, it was a 0.21.
Counselors, are you both satisfied with the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Mr. Rogers, I have accepted your plea to the added charge. I'm dismissing the original charge. I'm going to send your information to the probation department. They're going to reach out and schedule a Zoom interview. Based on that interview, they'll put together a recommendation for sentencing and a report. Your attorney and yourself will have a chance to talk about that. I'll look at it, and then the three of us will have a conversation at a later date for sentencing. Do you understand all that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have an email address that you use?
I do.
Go ahead.
That's Tim Rogers 91 at gmail.com.
Thank you. Our file shows a phone or address on Territorial, East Territorial. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
How about a phone number?
It is 517-862-9845.
Thank you, sir. All right, counsel, I'm inclined to put him on a personal bond with a couple conditions. No mood altering substances, cooperate with you in probation, and stay out of trouble. Anything to add?
Nothing else,
No.
Your Honor.
Mr. Rogers, do you understand those conditions, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so no alcohol, no marijuana unless you've got a doctor's prescription. Raise your right hand. Do you swear, and your hand's high enough? Do you swear or affirm and acknowledge the debt payable to the court in the amount of $1,000 if you screw that up?
Yes.
Any questions, gentlemen?
None, Your Honor.
Have a great day.
You as well. Everyone stay safe out there.
Thank
You
you.
can sign off, Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Greer, are you ready?
Ready, Your Honor. I'm here.
What are we gonna do with your client?
Miss Lopez, because I can't pronounce the last part of her last name.
It's okay.
I'm going to say it as that. She is ready to take the offer that has been presented by the prosecutor.
Thank you. All right, ma'am, you understand the possible penalty for the added charge, correct?
Yes.
You discussed with Ms. Greer your rights and options and understand those, is that correct?
Yes.
Understanding all of that, are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily to that added charge today?
I do.
Did you drive a vehicle in Belleville on October 10?
I did.
Was your license suspended, revoked, or denied at that time?
Not then. It was suspended. Oh yeah. Yes. Sorry.
Ms. Greer, satisfied with the plea?
Yes, Judge.
So am I. I'll dismiss both of the original charges. Ms. Lopez Linez, I've got you on Studebaker, correct?
No, actually, I moved. It's
Go ahead.
5993 East Rain Tree Court, Ypsilanti, Michigan.
I'm sorry, Ipsy,
Yes,
48197. Thank you. How about a phone number?
703-231-30.
I lost it. 703-231.
3092.
Thank you. All right, anything I should consider before I set your bond? Or excuse me, before I set your terms of sentence, fines and costs?
I don't think so.
Ms. Greer, anything to add?
No, Judge.
All right, fines and costs on this file total $600. I can give you a due date within 30 days or set you up with a monthly payment plan, whatever works for you.
Can I just pay everything right now?
Yeah, but if you pay it right now, that's probably mean you're gonna do it online, and it's probably gonna cost you about 70 or 80 bucks for extra fees. If I give you 30 days, then you can get a money order or something and save the extra.
Okay.
That work?
Yeah.
All right, if you go to our website, you can see all the different payment options, but like I said, if you do it online, it costs you big money.
Okay.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
Thank you
You're welcome.
for her.
Ms. Greer, we're gonna put you in a breakout room with Mr. Juarez Clark. He's charged with a DWLS. The offer is allow unlicensed driver to operate. He tells me he's been in custody for some 50 odd days. Whatever way he goes, I'm inclined to just do sentence for time served, and he'd have to pay his clearance fee if it's on the file just before he gets his license straight.
Sounds
He wants
good.
to talk to you before he makes a decision.
That sounds good, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll put you in a breakout.
All righty.
Heather, what's next?
I'm gonna bring in these iPhones.
Go ahead.
Otherwise, we have Mr. Kilowatt on his case, but I don't see his client. So I want to bring in these people first to figure this out.
Looks like one of the iPhones is Mr. Michael Williams, who's set.
Yeah, but
40.
I just named him. On the iPhone, what is your name, please?
Michael Diaz.
Mr. Williams, I have you named. On the other iPhone, what is your name, please? You were ready to, Michael Diaz?
Yes.
What time were you scheduled? Oh, I have you at 11. Okay, I'm gonna
yeah.
put you back in the waiting room till we're ready for you.
Okay, thank you.
Sharon, can you go back into that breakout room, Sharon? And I will put the Wayne County Jail in with you.
Okay, the same one. All right.
Same one, yes, please.
Mr. Williams, are you connected? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Do you have video?
Yes.
Mr. Diaz, video?
Yes.
Yeah, I like video. It helps me keep track of things.
All right, the other iPhone. I'm sorry, Judge. I want to put them in the breakout room and bring in Mr. Kilowatt and get them figured out. On the iPhone, what is your name, please?
Treasure Craft.
All right, I'm going to put you back in the waiting room till we're ready for you, until I see your attorney come in. I don't see her yet.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm confused why you took Mr. Williams away from me.
I'll bring him back because I was going to bring in Mr. Kilowatt. That's fine.
Oh, okay, that's all right.
Kilowatt.
Mr. Williams, I've got three files from September 18. Open intoxicants in a motor vehicle, which is a misdemeanor charge, punishable by up to $500 fines plus court costs and 93 days in jail. And 2 civil infractions, a speeding ticket and a preliminary breath test refusal. The prosecutor has made an offer on the file. If you plead responsible to double parking and agree to pay fines and costs of $450, then all 3 of the original charges would be dismissed. Do you understand the offer, sir?
Yes.
Are you prepared to go forward without an attorney, or would you like to speak to an attorney?
I'm prepared to go forward.
And what do you want to do, sir?
I'll take the offer.
All right, can you pay that $450 within 30 days?
Yes.
All right, we've got your address on Carmel, correct?
Yes.
The phone number we're showing for you is 752-9858. Is that also correct?
Yes.
All right, I'm dismissing all three charges. Just get your money paid on time and we'll close you out.
Do I pay online or?
If you go to our website, all the payment options are there. But if you pay online, I want to warn you, $450 is going to cost you a fairly hefty third-party vendor fee because we don't process our own credit card payments.
Okay.
Understood?
Yes, sir.
Any questions?
No, sir.
You're all set.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Good morning, Mr. Kilowad.
Morning, Judge. Robert Kilwald on behalf of Mohammed Kasham. Judge, can you do me a big favor? Can I have a 1-minute conference just in person with the prosecutor? Take 1 or 2 minutes. Thanks.
Sure.
Sharon, are you ready on Mr. Cuevas Clark?
Ready?
Thank you.
What's your pleasure, counsel?
Sharon Greerprint on behalf of Mr. Clark. Mr. Clark is willing to accept the prosecutor's offer of allowing an unlicensed driver to drive a motor vehicle, and the driving with license suspended would be dismissed. Correct, Mr. Clark?
Correct. So I don't receive any points or misdemeanors on my
We
record.
talked about it. Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Sir, did you drive a vehicle on June 12, 2021 in Belleville while your license was suspended, revoked, or denied?
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
Mr. Clark?
Was it yes?
You were driving and your license was suspended. So the answer to the judge's question is what?
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And I think that gives me everything I need. Would you agree, Ms. Greer?
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right, sir, I will accept your plea. I will dismiss the drove while license suspended charge that carried a possible 2 points. Your sentence is 30 days in jail, credit for time served. The file is closed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome, sir. Thank
Sir,
you,
Your Honor,
Corporal.
I have a
Go
question.
ahead, sir.
Do you know when I'm going to be released based on the charges, based on the outcome?
I don't even know what you're being held on.
Okay, I don't have any warrant. I'm just wondering, I've been here 53 days, or I've been here since the end of October.
Okay.
24th.
But I don't know what your hold is for. So
Okay.
I can't answer your question. Good luck.
Thank you.
We had 5,000, 10%, so I don't know if he was unable to come up with the
Oh,
money.
maybe it was on this file. Okay.
It might have been.
Mr. Kilowald's back.
Yes.
Mr. Kilowald, I am ready.
Yes, Judge. Judge, I want to thank you for letting me have a brief conference with the prosecutor. We've worked out a plea agreement whereby my client, Mr. Kasham, who's present. You want to state your name for the record? Mohammed Kasham. He is going to plead to a lesser count of impaired driving. And as far as the speeding ticket, the prosecutor is willing to reduce that to a $150 parking ticket, I believe.
Hello, can you guys hear and see me?
I'm sorry?
No, I muted him. It was Mr. Fennel.
Thank you, Heather. Mr. Nolan, same thing. Instead of doing 2 files, I'm just going to process 1 and make a note that we charge $150 extra on the misdemeanor.
No problem.
Judge,
What was the file we did?
Okay, I'm sorry.
Mr. Kilowald, give me just a minute. Mr.
Okay.
Nolan, what was that other file I was going to do that on? Because I did not make a note on the ROA. I want to do that.
That was, good question.
That was on Tim Rogers.
Correct.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Thank you. All right, Mr. Kilowald, go ahead, sir.
Yes, Your Honor. Again, my client's going to plead the impaired and a parking ticket for $150.
Yeah, and counsel, I don't want him to plead to the parking ticket because that's just extra clerk work, just to get a little extra money out of him. I can just sentence him $150 heavier on the misdemeanor, and it's only one file to process.
That's fine, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Casham, you understand the possible penalty for the added charge?
Correct. Yes, Your Honor.
You understand your rights and options after discussing those with Mr. Kilowog?
Yes, Your Honor.
Understanding all of that, are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily today to the added charge?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you drive a vehicle in Belleville on September 13, 2021?
Yes, Your Honor.
Prior to operating the vehicle, did you drink alcohol?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, would you stipulate to a breath or data master result?
Yes, Your Honor, which was 0.14.13.
All right, Mr. Nolan, Mr. Kilowog, are you both satisfied with the factual basis?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
So am I. Mr. Casham, I will accept your plea to the added charge, dismiss both of the original charges. I'm going to refer your files to the probation department. They will reach out to you and schedule a Zoom interview for probation pre-sentence investigation. Phone number I've got for you is 891-8408, correct?
Correct.
Still living on Ridgewood Drive? Ridgewood Drive?
That's correct.
Do you have an email that you use?
Yes, it's MOKASHAM, my last name, @Gmail.
Nice and easy, thank you. All right, that's probably the way the probation department's going to reach out to you. And then you'll, Mr. Kilowog, you'll hear from us for a sentencing date. In the meantime, bond will be continued. Anything else, gentlemen?
No, Your Honor. Your Honor, do you anticipate sentencing to be after the first of the year?
I would.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Good luck.
Have a nice holiday.
You as well. What do you got?
Judge,
I've got.
do you remember?
a whole docket at 11 o'clock, so which one? Okay. All right. Go ahead, Heather. What?
The officer yesterday on the Payne case, Mia Payne, is he going to appear today or no? That's who I'm kind of looking for, but I'm not sure.
Heather,
Sure.
Your Honor, I did speak with Officer Floral yesterday.
Okay, good.
He's not going to appear. I have revised my plea offer based on my conversation with the Van Buren Police Department. So I intended to make that known when that case was called, but I haven't seen this one yet.
So I don't know.
She's in the waiting room, Shane. I just didn't bring her in because I didn't know if I needed to wait for the officer.
Well,
Okay.
So
I'm
thank
not
you.
ready for them because I'm still doing Zoom. So have them all sit. But let me know the name. Are you ready on Fennel, Heather?
Yes, we are, Judge.
Jaden Fennel, video, please.
I'm sorry about that, sir.
No problem. Good morning. I've got two files for November 7, 2021, a civil infraction speeding ticket and a misdemeanor marijuana possession. The prosecutors made an offer on the file. If you plead responsible to a double parking ticket, the speeding ticket would be dismissed. The double parking would carry fines of $300. If you plead guilty to the possession charge, the prosecutor is recommending a 3-month delayed sentence. What that means is for 3 months, you stay out of trouble, pay the court cost I assess, and at the end of 3 months, it would be dismissed. It would not stay on your record as a misdemeanor conviction. Do you understand the offer?
Yeah, I believe so, Your Honor.
Are you prepared to go forward today without an attorney, or would you like to speak to an attorney, either one you hire or one we appoint?
I would like a court-appointed attorney, Your Honor.
I'm going to let you talk to Ms. Greer.
Thank you.
We'll put you in a breakout room with her.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Greer, can you go back in that room?
I can, but you know what, Judge? I didn't hear the offer. I'm sorry.
No problem. He's got a speeding ticket and he's got a drug crime. Drug crime would be under a 3-month delayed sentence. Speeding ticket would cost him a $300 double parking.
Got it.
Mr. Diaz, can you hear me?
Yes, Your Honor.
I've got two files with your name on them, sir, from October 2021. prohibited turn, a civil infraction, and a misdemeanor drove while license suspended, revoked, or denied. That misdemeanor is up to $500 fines plus court costs and up to 93 days in jail. A conviction for drove while license suspended would result in 2 points on your driving record. The prosecutors made an offer if you plead guilty to allow an unlicensed driver to operate a vehicle, both the original charges would be dismissed. Allow an unlicensed driver to operate is still a misdemeanor, still possible fines and costs and possible jail time, but no points. Understood?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand that added charge, sir, and the possible penalty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you prepared to go forward today without an attorney, or would you like an attorney?
I would go forward, Your Honor.
What do you want to do?
Plead guilty.
You want to take the deal?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Nolan, same thing on the double parking with if no objections from you, I'm just going to roll it into the other file.
Absolutely fine.
All right, Mr. Diaz, did you drive a vehicle in Belleville on October 2021?
Yes, Your Honor.
And at that time, was your license suspended, revoked, or denied?
Yes, Your Honor.
I will accept your plea to the added charges, dismiss the original charge, added charge, and dismiss the original charges. Showing your address on Jeanette, is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Phone number 753-7477.
Yes, Your Honor.
And what's the status of your driving record? Are you still suspended or are you cleaned up?
I'm still suspended. I'm making payments, monthly payments now.
Okay. All right. Anything you want me to consider before I set the terms of sentence on this file?
No, Your Honor. I do have one thing. I was driving the vehicle and they removed the plate from the vehicle. How would I be able to get that back?
Mr. Nolan, do you know whether or not that vehicle or that plate is still around, or do they destroy them?
I'll be honest, I had no knowledge of that until just now. I'm happy to reach out to the police department and check. If Mr. Diaz wants to give me his cell phone number or some way to contact him, I can follow up.
I can give you his phone number right now.
Ready?
413-753-7477.
Okay, I'll give him a call.
All right. Mr. Diaz, anything else before I sentence?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. You're welcome. Fines and costs total $800. Can you pay that within 30 days, or do you need another monthly payment plan?
I need a monthly payment plan, please.
How much can you pay every month?
$100, 150 is fine.
Go ahead and commit to 100. You can always pay extra if you want to.
Okay, Your Honor.
Can you make
Thank
that
you.
first payment January on or before January 7th?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any questions?
No, Your Honor.
You're all set. Ms. Greer, what do we got?
We're ready to go, Your Honor. Mr. Fanal is going to accept the prosecutor's offer.
All right, Mr. Fennell, you understand your rights and options after discussing those with Ms. Greer.
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand the possible penalty for the possession charge.
Yes, Your Honor.
Understanding all of that, are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily to that misdemeanor charge?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you come in contact with the police department or police officers on November 7, 2021 in Belleville?
Yes, Your Honor.
At that time, did you have something in your possession that you should not have had?
Yes, Your Honor.
What was that, sir?
So that was marijuana, Your Honor.
Ms. Greer, are you satisfied?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
So am I. All right, here's what I'm going to do. I've taken a plea of double parking on the speeding ticket. There's a bond on that file of 170, so I'm going to close that file out and apply the bond. On the possession charge, I'm inclined to go along with the prosecutor's recommendation and just add an additional 130 to what I would normally sentence on that one, and that makes us right with the double parking fines and costs. Agreed?
Sounds good, Your Honor.
Works for me.
All right, Mr. Fennel, is there anything you want me to consider before I sentence you on the marijuana charge?
I'm sorry, sir. This is the first time I've been in trouble. I don't know what exactly that means.
Anything you want me to know about you before I decide what the punishment is?
Honestly, Your Honor, I've just made a mistake and shouldn't have had something in my possession. I had just graduated from the Michigan Youth Challenge Academy about a couple years ago, and that was a quasi-military academy that teaches you, right from wrong.
Oh, I know all
how to
about
do
it.
that.
Great program.
Yeah, I
Great
should
program.
have, I know better. So I for sure have learned. I learned.
Okay. I've got your address on Newport Place. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
7950818 is correct?
For the phone number, yes, sir.
Are you working?
Yes, Your Honor. I work at LKQ.
How long you been there?
Since July, late July, Your Honor.
Full-time hours?
Over full time, Your Honor.
Good, good. Okay. All right. So I'm going to go along with the delay sentence for 3 months. During that time period, stay out of trouble, no new criminal offenses. Court costs are assessed amount of $630 on this file. Can you pay that in the next 30 days? If you can't,
What was the amount? What was the amount,
630.
sir? I'm sorry.
630.
$630. I can have that paid within the next 2 months, Your Honor.
Next 2 months?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, understand, not making these payments violates your delayed sentence, which means the possession charge ends up on your record as a conviction.
Yes, Your Honor.
So follow through.
Yes, Your Honor.
Newport, is that going to be a good address for you for 3 months?
It's a permanent residence as up until
Okay.
then.
All right, do you have any questions?
No, Your Honor. Or actually, so
Go ahead.
it's just the fines that I have to commit to and pay is all that I owe to the court, or is there anything else?
Pay 630, pay 630 and stay out of trouble. No new criminal charges.
Yes, Your Honor.
So you get arrested for something else next month, that violates this term.
Yes,
If
Your
you're
Honor.
convicted.
Yes,
Okay.
Your Honor.
All right.
I
Keep your nose
understand that.
clean.
Thank
You know how to do it. You learned that at the challenge, so just keep your nose clean.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Good luck to you.
Cordell Neely, 10 a.m. And then I'm bringing Leanna in for Miss Kraft.
Kraft?
Kraft, C as in cat, R-A-F-T.
Thank you. What time is she scheduled?
10:40.
Thank you. Mr. Neely, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, I've got 2 files that are scheduled today. We'll talk about those in just a minute. We've got another file that needs to be scheduled. I've got an October 3rd, 2021, drove while licensed, suspended, revoked, or denied charge. Something's not right with this one, Shane. It says it's a Belleville PD ticket, but it's in a white file.
It's a state case, Judge. They wrote it under state.
Yeah, Your Honor.
How would they do that, Shane?
That's a good question. I've got 2 other DWLS charges, I believe from March and April of 2021.
Yeah, those are scheduled today for pretrial, but this other file needs to be scheduled. You might want to have some conversations with the PD about writing them under state.
I can't explain that one. What was the offense date?
Yeah. Offense date was October 3.
And do you have a ticket number?
Ticket number is incident number 21-000-2549.
I will follow
Mr.
up.
Neely, on that one, the one for October, I'm going to set you up with a court date for October 29 at 10:30.
December 29.
What did I say? October?
Yes.
Yeah. December 29th at 10:30. Understood?
Okay.
Address for you on Carmel is a good one.
Yes, sir.
can I have a phone number to put on your file?
248-482-5227.
Thank you. All right, on this file, I'm gonna put you on a personal bond if you'll raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm and acknowledge the debt payable to the court amount of $1,000 if you're not in court on that day for that ticket?
Yes, sir.
All right, you can put your hand down. So the stuff that's scheduled today, I've got two files, March 14, 21 and April 23, 21. Both charges are drove while licensed, suspended, revoked, or denied. Each one of those files is punishable by up to $500 fines plus court costs, each one up to 93 days in jail. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right. The prosecutor has made an offer. If you plead guilty to allow unlicensed driver to operate on both those files, the original charge would be dismissed. Still going to cost you fines and costs, still a misdemeanor, but it won't result in points going on your record like the drove while licensed suspended charge. DWLS is 2 points. So if you pled guilty to these two files, you'd end up with 4 points on your record. Understood?
Yes. Yes, Your
You
Honor.
understand the offer?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you prepared to go forward today without an attorney, or would you like to speak to an attorney?
I'm prepared to go forward.
What do you want to do today, Mr. Neely?
I just wanted to explain something real quick. I had a previous court date with Judge Lisa Martin, and she was talking to me about possibly exploring some options. The whole reason that my license was under suspension was
Mr.
I
Neely,
had
let
no.
me stop you. Let me stop you for a minute. I am butt deep in files this morning. If you're not going to take this deal, that's fine. Then we'll talk about your options going forward. But if you're going to take the deal, let's get to that point.
Okay. I mean, I just don't want it on my record at all because I was driving a truck and then I had a reinstatement fee that wasn't paid. This whole time, nobody told me and I had no idea. I was scheduling at Secretary of State. I had no idea I had a reinstatement fee and I had no choice but to go back and forth to work or spend hundreds of dollars in Ubers, which I don't have.
Okay.
And when I found out that my license was suspended, I took an $8 an hour pay cut. So I'm already having trouble as it is. My mother is unemployed, so I'm already having trouble as it is. So I honestly don't know how much of the fines and costs I'll even be able to pay with this huge pay cut I took. But I mean, I don't want to get, I don't want to get in trouble. And I had no idea. But I just went to Secretary of State the other day, and I cleared it up, and I ended up paying my reinstatement fee, which was only $125. Which if I would have known that, I would have paid it months ago. But I had no idea that's what it was. Because I kept asking what city has my license under suspension and nobody could tell me. I had no idea it was a reinstatement fee this whole time. And I'm not even allowed to drive the trucks where I work at GFL while this is ongoing.
Your Honor, if I may interject.
Sure.
I'd be willing to reduce it to one allowing unlicensed driver charge, dismiss the first case entirely, and then offer that plea on the second case from April 2021.
Okay. That's generous. Mr. Neely, you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now that's one misdemeanor count instead of two.
Yes, sir.
How do you want to proceed?
I will accept that offer. Thank you.
All right. On March 14, 2021, did you drive a vehicle in Belleville while your license was suspended, revoked, or denied?
Yes, sir.
I will accept your plea. I will dismiss both counts of drove while license suspended, revoked, or denied. Both of these files, I should say each of these files, have a $250 bond on it. So I'm going to dismiss outright. I'm going to dismiss the April ticket. You don't care which one the plea goes on, do you, Mr. Nolan?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So I'll dismiss the April ticket. That bond will apply towards the March ticket. Are you with me so far, Mr. Neely?
Yes, sir.
There is a $45 clearance fee on that file, so the full 250, it's gonna be 205. 45 will pay the clearance on the dismissed ticket. 205 will go to the other file.
Okay, so it's gonna be 250 total?
No, I'm just talking about what's happening to the bond.
Okay.
All right, so the address I've got on Carmel is a good one.
Yes, sir.
Got your phone number. I know you're working. Is there anything else you want to tell me?
No, sir. I just wanted it to get cleared up so that way I'm eligible to drive commercial vehicles again. Because apparently it was some type of where you had a certain conviction within the past 36 months, you can't drive commercial vehicles.
Okay, and I don't know, I don't have a copy of your driving record, so I don't know if this is going to put you on the road or not. I can tell you that when we're done with these two files today, there's nothing to stop you on these files from getting straight with Secretary of State, as far as
Thank you,
money
sir.
owed or suspensions or anything like that.
Thank you, sir. My license is valid now.
Okay. Anything else?
No, sir.
All right, so I'm just going to apply the bonds and close the file. So the March file, there's a $250 bond. All of that's gone. On the April file, $205 is coming over. All of that is gone. You don't owe us any more money. Both of these will be cleared, so they're not suspensions. Do you understand all that?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Merry Christmas. I just gave you a huge break. Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
So my December 29th court date, is that with you?
Actually, that is with me.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Different prosecutor though, understood?
Yes, Your Honor, I understand.
All right, see you then.
Ashley Amron, and she's at 1110.
What happened to Kraft and Belcher?
They went into a breakout room.
Okay. I don't know where this docket came from, but it's way too heavy a docket if we're going to do live trials.
Your Honor, I didn't have a Belleville docket in November, and I think that's why this one is so heavy.
Yeah, I've still got 30 or 40 files in this basket, and I got 2 trials out there waiting to go.
Yeah.
Ashley, how do you pronounce your last name, please?
Amron.
Amron, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, so I've got 3 files here from November 2nd. 3 misdemeanor charges: open intoxicants in a motor vehicle, drove while license suspended, revoked, or denied, and operating while intoxicated. Each one of those 3 files carries a possible penalty of up to 93 days in jail, up to $500 fines plus court costs. Do you understand the charges and the possible penalties?
Yes, I do.
The prosecutor for Belleville has made an offer on the file. If you plead guilty to operating while impaired, all 3 of the original charges would be dismissed. The main difference between impaired driving and intoxicated driving is license sanctions. A little bit different on the possible money, but the main thing is license sanctions. Do you understand the offer?
Yes, I do.
Are you prepared to go forward without an attorney, or would you like to speak for an attorney?
So let me repeat this. You're saying that the prosecutor will drop everything, and if I plead guilty, it'll be operating while impaired?
Correct. If I take a plea today to impaired driving, the 3 original charges from November 2nd would be dismissed.
Yeah, I'll take the plea.
All right. The question was, are you prepared to go forward without an attorney?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, Your Honor.
Do you want an attorney, or are you going forward without an attorney?
Going forward without an attorney.
All right. November 2nd, 2021, did you drive a vehicle in Belleville?
I'm sorry. It's really hard to hear you. I
On
apologize.
November 2nd, 2021, did you drive a car in Belleville?
Yes.
Prior to driving, did you drink alcohol?
No.
Some other controlled substance?
I had a really bad toothache and I was holding alcohol because I have a molar with a pocket inside of it, and I was holding the alcohol and spitting it out, and that's why there was alcohol in my breath.
So why are you pleading guilty to drunk driving?
You said they were gonna drop everything and it would be impaired driving.
It's still a drinking and driving charge.
Correct?
But you're telling me you didn't drink alcohol. You're telling me you were just swishing alcohol in your mouth.
Right, because I had a toothache, but prior to that, I was at a restaurant and I had one drink.
Okay. Did you take a breath test?
Yes, I did.
Do you know what the results were?
It said 0.20.
Correct, Mr. Nolan?
Yes, Your Honor. That was the data master result.
All right. So when you took the data master result, that was back at the police station, correct?
Well, I had one on the road, and as soon as I got to the police station, they fingerprinted me and I did another one right after.
Okay. So when you took the one at the police station, how long after you spit out the alcohol that was in your mouth did you take the one at the police station?
How long after did I drink before I got to the police station?
No.
It's
How
really
much
hard to
time
hear you. I
between-
apologize.
You said you were holding alcohol in your mouth.
Right.
At some point, you quit holding alcohol in your mouth, correct?
Yeah, I spit it out, but prior to that, I was at a restaurant and had one drink.
So how much time between spitting out the alcohol and the test you took for the police at the police department?
It had probably been 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes the most.
I'll tell you what, I'll let you talk to an attorney. Ms. Greer,
Yes,
did you
Judge.
hear the story?
Yes, I heard the story.
Okay.
Ready to go.
Why don't you talk to the lady and see if she really wants to sell me that bullshit?
Oh, I will certainly do that.
Thank you. Leanna Belcher, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Are you ready on Ms. Kraft's file?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good morning, Ms. Kraft.
Muted, ma'am.
You're muted, Ms. Kraft. Ms. Belcher, what are we doing?
Your Honor, I believe Mr. Nolan had stated he has not heard anything back from the schools that would prohibit him from asking for the case to be dismissed today at the review.
Mr. Nolan?
I have not heard from the schools. I wouldn't mind if Ms. Kraft would indicate on the record that these attendance issues have resolved since we last appeared.
And I can speak for Ms. Kraft. I did confirm with her that the attendance issues with her son has improved. The son went from her father's care to her home. He is going to Bell Bell schools, and he's indicated to me that he has not missed any schooling.
Good to hear.
Is that correct, Ms. Kraft?
Yes. And good morning, Your Honor. I was muted.
Good morning. And that would be both files, correct?
They involve different children, so I'm not sure which son Ms. Belcher was speaking about.
Well, she has 3 children that I'm aware of. She has a son that's been in and out of the hospital with the terminal illness. Things obviously have not changed with that son. We have the other son that I just referenced, and then she has a daughter.
Right.
No further attendance issues, ma'am, on any
She
of
has
that?
had some attendance issues, Your Honor, with the daughter. I don't know if she is the child on either of the files. I thought it was relating to her sons. The one son with the terminal illness has remained the same. His condition is still terminal. She has had some issues with that son. She's dealing with the CPS case, Your Honor. I know Your Honor had asked her to get into therapy. CPS is requiring that as well, family therapy. She's doing the best that she can. She has a lot going on. Her daughter is a teenager. She's being rebellious. She's refusing to go to school when Miss Kraft is not in the home. She's already at work. She has her mother there that's trying to get that daughter on the bus, and the daughter's not being cooperative. So hopefully the
Ms.
therapy
Kraft?
will be helpful.
Okay, Ms. Kraft, as to your daughter that you're having problems with, maybe you need to reach out to our probation department, or the school liaison officer. Maybe it's time for your daughter to feel the heat.
Exactly.
Your Honor, if I may, I believe is the daughter's name Melissa, Ms. Kraft?
Yes.
Okay, and I think she's affiliated with case number 210453. So again, I have not had an opportunity to speak to the school. If there are in fact ongoing absence issues there, I'm not so certain I want to hesitate. I'm not so certain I want to dismiss that case. I would be willing to dismiss the other though.
And Your Honor, I wouldn't be opposed to maybe adjourning to try to get some resources involved with Ms. Kraft and the daughter to see if we can address the issue.
Okay, so try to make it easy on the old man. What file do you guys want me to dismiss today, and which file do you want me to adjourn?
21-678 can be dismissed. 21-0453 can be adjourned, so I can talk to the school and figure out what's going on with Alyssa.
Got it. All right. So how far out would you like me to adjourn 453?
Couple months.
February 3rd enough, or you want to go further out?
That's fine.
$9.50?
It works.
Judge, that's on Judge Martin's docket that day. Are you
We
okay?
can't do that.
Yeah.
We can't do that. That'll just confuse everything. Give me a February date for me.
Leanna, are you available on Monday, January 31st, or you, Mr. Nolan?
I'll check my calendar.
I am available in the later part of the morning, probably closer to 10:30, 11.
I should be available. I've got a trial scheduled, but I can guarantee it's not going to go.
Do we want to do 10:30, Judge? January
what date?
31st, 1:31?
10:30.
10:30.
Okay. All right. Hopefully we can resolve this one then as well.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Kraft, communicate with Ms. Belcher. She can put you in contact with Ms. Oswald. We can talk about your daughter.
Okay.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Keep me rolling. Heather.
Maya
It's all
Payne
right. Oh,
is
sorry.
in the room now.
Time.
She is at 10:50.
Thank you. Ms. Payne, video, please. Good morning.
Honor.
Morning.
All right, Ms. Payne, I've got two files here for November 16, 2021. One is a speeding ticket, civil infraction. The other one is a possession of narcotics paraphernalia misdemeanor. The misdemeanor carries a possible penalty of up to $500 fines plus court costs and up to 93 days in jail. Do you understand that?
Yes.
The prosecutor has made an offer. If you plead responsible to the added charge of double parking, the prosecutor would request fines and costs of $450. Both the original charges for November 16 would be dismissed. That
Judge?
includes the
Your Honor.
speeding and the points for the speeding.
Your Honor, if I may.
Yes.
This is the matter I spoke with Van Buren PD on yesterday. In lieu of that conversation, my plea offer is changing. It would
Okay.
still be double parking on the speeding offense with a $300 fine. However, as to the possession of narcotic paraphernalia charge, that would be a guilty plea with a deferred sentence of 6 months.
Okay. All right, so the plea deal changed, Ms. Payne. The misdemeanor, you plead guilty to that. It'd be a 6-month delayed sentence. During that time period, you'd stay out of trouble, no new criminal offenses. Might be some court costs ordered, you'd have to pay those. The speeding ticket would be reduced to a double parking, so that would still save you the points. Do you understand the plea offer?
Yes.
Are you prepared today to go forward without an attorney, or would you like to speak to a court-appointed attorney?
No attorney.
Pardon me?
No attorney.
All right. Do you know what you want to do? Who
Take
are
the
you
plea.
talking to, Ms. Payne?
Myself.
Well, you're looking off to the side and speaking to somebody. So who's in the room with you?
My mom.
Okay. Mom, step into the camera. Okay. You don't want to talk to an attorney, Miss Payne?
No.
Mom, I'm asking your daughter.
No.
Miss Payne, are you making this decision or is your mother making this decision?
I am.
All right. On November 16, 2021, what did you have in your possession in the city of Belleville that you should not have had?
Marijuana.
I'm sorry?
Marijuana.
And you're pleading responsible to double parking?
Yes.
All right, the double parking is $300. Can you pay that within 30 days?
Yes.
Your address on Grove Street, correct, Miss Payne?
Correct.
Phone number 6860730.
Correct.
Anything you want to tell me before I set the terms on the misdemeanor charge?
No.
You're currently in school?
Yes.
What grade?
12.
What's your GPA?
I think it's 3.2.
What are you doing next year after high school?
I'm not 100% sure yet.
What are you planning on?
I want to go to U of M to do nursing.
I'm sorry, you want to go where?
The U of M for nursing.
Have you been accepted?
Yeah.
All right, I'll delay sentence for 6 months. During that time period, you stay out of trouble. That means no more involvement with police. Court costs on this file are $145. Do you need some extra time to pay that?
No.
Pay it all within 30?
Yeah.
Your address on Grove Street, is that good address for at least 6 months?
Yes.
Any questions?
What was the last ticket? The amount? Sorry.
The possession charge, the misdemeanor you just pled to, 145.
145. Okay.
Right. And there's a $170 bond on the double parking file that will apply.
Okay.
Goodbye. Miss Greer.
Ready, Judge?
Go ahead. Why don't you see if you can get me a factual basis?
Yeah, I think I can. Sharon Greer, appearing on behalf of Miss, I'm sorry, Amarin. Miss Amarin, taking you back to the date and location that the judge indicated. Were you operating a motor vehicle on that particular time at the Menards?
Yes.
Had you been drinking something before that time?
Yes.
Had you also been swishing around some alcohol in your mouth?
Yes.
Do you believe that you had ingested some of that alcohol that you were swishing around in your mouth?
Yes.
And at the time that you were operating this car, do you believe, were you impaired at that time while you were driving the car?
Yes.
Okay. And you were impaired based on the fact that you had ingested alcohol?
Correct.
And we would stipulate, Your Honor, I believe it was 0.25?
0.
I'm sorry?
0.20.
0.20. And we would stipulate to that and we would submit that to the court. We're satisfied.
Mr. Nolan, Ms. Greer, are you both satisfied with the factual basis?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Judge.
So am I. I'll accept the plea to the added charge, dismiss the 3 original charges. Ms. Amron, I've got your address on Pelham, is that right?
It's 6 Menlo Park Drive.
6?
Menlo Park Drive. Belleville, 48111.
Phone number?
313-452-5383.
And do you use an email address?
No.
All right, my probation department's gonna reach out and schedule a pre-sentence interview with you. It'll be scheduled on Zoom like we're meeting right now. Based on the
Okay.
interview, they'll put together a report and recommendation. You have a chance to go over that with a court-appointed attorney before you're sentenced. I'll look at that. We'll talk about all that, and then I'll decide what the terms of your sentence should be. You understand all that?
Yes.
All right, in the meantime, I'm gonna put you on a personal bond. First condition is stay out of trouble. Second condition is do not purchase, possess, or consume any mood-altering substance unless you've got a doctor's prescription. Third, cooperate with probation and court-appointed attorney so we can move you towards sentencing. Do you understand those terms?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm and acknowledge the debt payable to the court amount of $1,000 if you mess that up?
Yes.
Any questions for Ms. Greer before I terminate the call?
No.
You're all set.
Good luck.
Thank you. Have a
Thank you,
good
Ms.
day.
Greer.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Heather?
Judge, can you call Anthony Taylor case? The officer is here. It was scheduled for a formal. He failed to appear.
I'm gonna dip out real quick.
People versus Anthony Taylor.
Your Honor, Joshua Kaplan on behalf of the people. For the record, today is a formal hearing scheduled at 11. Officer Kilgore is here, who was the issuing officer on there. We are requesting a default on this.
This was scheduled at 11, correct?
Correct.
It's 11:36 by my courtroom clock, so he goes in the bench warrant pile.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kilgore, Officer Kilgore, for showing up. You're all set.
Thank you, officer. Stay safe.
Thank you.
Last one, Judge, we have Nicholas Robinson at 11 a.m. also.
Hello.
Morning, Mr. Robinson.
Good morning. How you doing?
Wonderfully. How about you?
Doing well.
All right, Mr. Robinson, I have 2 files. From October 22nd, I've got drove while license suspended, revoked, or denied, and a civil infraction, defective equipment. The prosecutor, you got a video, sir?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead and open that up if you can. The prosecutor is making an offer on the file. If you plead to the added charge of allowing an unlawful driver to operate your vehicle, the prosecutor wants me to dismiss both the original charges. That is a misdemeanor charge, still has a possible jail term, possible fines and costs. The main difference is it won't get you the 2 points on your record with Secretary of State that the drove while license suspended would. Do you understand the offer?
I do, but can I add on real quick?
No, you cannot. Are you prepared to go forward with an attorney, or would you like to, without an attorney, would you like to speak to an attorney?
You said go forward without an attorney?
I'm asking you, do you want to go forward today without an attorney, or do you want the advice of an attorney?
Sure, I'll go ahead without an attorney.
Okay, now what do you want to tell me?
What's the name? I just got the letter like a day or 2 later after I got that ticket that my license was suspended. I had no knowledge that my license was suspended prior to getting pulled over after I left work. I was just headed home. I was on getting off the freeway basically. Then yes. But you said it can get turned into what? With no points?
It would be allowing an unlicensed driver to operate. So it's a misdemeanor charge, fines and costs, no points. Obviously, I'm not gonna put you in jail unless you just refuse to do anything else I tell you to do, like pay costs.
Understand? What's the cost?
Let me look at the file. On this one, it'd be a straight $500. And I'll work with you on payments if you need payments.
$500
For a misdemeanor that's punishable by up to 90 days in jail, up to $500 fines plus court costs.
and the original ticket of being windows tinted and what's the name is like 250, correct?
The defective equipment is $150. The original misdemeanor charge is up to $500 fines plus court costs, up to 93 days in jail, and 2 points on your record.
Is it a way you can down that price a little bit, even with
Nope,
the
but I'll
payment
work with you on
arrangement?
payments. I'll
One more
work with you on
time.
payments, but I'm not going to lower the price.
All right. Yeah, we'll do a payment arrangement. That 500 is a little too much.
But
Yeah,
that's not your decision, that's mine.
I understand that. I said we can do a payment arrangement, sir.
Sure, absolutely. So, did you drive a vehicle in Belleville on October 22nd, 2021 while your license was suspended, revoked, or denied?
Yes.
I can accept your plea to the added charge. I'll dismiss both of the original charges in keeping with your agreement with the prosecutor's office. How much can you afford per month?
100 per month.
Can you start that on or before January 7th?
I'll start on January 7th.
All right, as I told you, total is $500. As long as you get your payments started on time, you're all set.
All right, and if I pay it all off and then before then, what happens after that? I'm all clear.
Then, as soon as we get the $500, we just close your file.
All right, thank you.
And we'll always take extra money. I mean, if you want to pay it off early, we're not going to tell you no.
Extra money? What you mean? Just $500, right?
Yeah, but I mean, you've committed to $100 a month. That takes 5 months to pay it off. If you decide you
Yeah, I
want to
got
pay
you.
us $300 the last month and not make 2 payments after that, we'll take it.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay? Enjoy your holidays.
As well.
Dennis, what's your last name, please? I think it's Heidi, H-I-D-E-Y, judge at 1110, but I'm not sure. Dennis? He's been having trouble all morning in and out of the waiting room, so I don't know.
I got a phone number in the file, so if it's Heidi, we'll know. Would you tell
Dennis?
Tell security that we're ready for one of the trials?
Okay. Only one's happening, Judge, from what I understand from Josh.
Well, let's have the one that's not happening first. We'll get him out.
That is Marshall.
Yeah, and that phone number didn't work.
All right.
Hello?
Dennis, what is your last name?
Heidi, H-I-D-E-Y.
Thank you.
Mr. Heidi, I've got a file from November 15, 2021, misdemeanor charge of trespass. Carries a possible penalty of up to $500 fines plus court costs and up to 93 days in jail. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
The prosecutor has made an offer on the file. If you plead guilty to this charge, it would be taken under a delayed sentence for 3 months. If you pay whatever court costs are assessed and stay out of trouble, at the end of 3 months, it would be dismissed. You understand the offer?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, if I may add,
Today to go forward. I'm sorry?
Your Honor, if I may add, I would like Mr. Heidi to stay away from this apartment complex, as been told before.
Part of the 3-month delayed sentence?
Correct.
Thank you. Mr. Heidi, are you prepared to go forward today without an attorney, or would you like to speak to an attorney?
I'd like to go forward without an attorney. I would like to I would like to explain the situation though.
I don't need an explanation unless you're gonna plead guilty. Are you gonna plead guilty today or are you gonna set it for trial?
I'm going to, I mean, there's reason for it though, Your Honor. It's not, like I done something.
Mr. Heidi, I don't have time for reasons. I got times for you to make a decision. Your options are right now, you can plead guilty, take the deal, or we can set it for trial. This is not the trial day. If you want a trial, then I'll schedule a trial and then I'll hear everything you've got to tell me.
I'll plead guilty.
All right. Tell me what happened on January or November 15th. Were you somewhere where you were not supposed to be?
Yes, sir.
Where was that?
At the apartment complex there. My girlfriend lives there. And I just went there.
Hold on. Why were you not supposed to be there? Were you told by management or police that you were not allowed to be there?
Management, I got something in the mail saying, don't come there. And I only went there to pick my girlfriend up at one time.
Okay. But
And normally I
got the letter.
Yeah, I got the letter, yeah. And I picked her up. I used to, I had called Belleville police and they said I could pick her up on the street and drop her off and pick her up, but I can't go on the property. But this one time, Your Honor, she had a bunch of stuff carrying it, and all I did was pull up by the door. She got in, and I drove off. That was it. And someone there.
In direct violation of what the police department told you when you asked them for advice. Correct?
Yeah, they told me to pick her up out on the street.
Yep, and you didn't.
That she was carrying a lot of stuff, and she has a bad shoulder, and she just got in the car and I left. I didn't get out of the car.
None of which matters to me, Mr. Heidi. You were told to pick her up in the street. You did not. That's a violation of the order, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Anything else before I sentence you?
I didn't mean nothing by it. I just wanted to help her out. I mean, she got in the car and we left. It was just somebody there probably had seen me and reported me that, they didn't want me there. And, I didn't mean nothing by it. I'll never be there again.
That's what I needed to hear. Is your girlfriend still there?
Yes.
Okay. So next time you need to pick her up, you got to pick her up in the street, regardless of how much stuff she's got, right?
Correct.
Okay. Or send your friends to go pick her up because they can go right up to her door to pick her up, right?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. Because if there's further problems in the next 3 months, not only will this charge go on your record and stay there, I'm probably going to put you in jail.
No, I won't be there no more.
Okay. Anything else before I sentence you?
No, sir.
Okay. I'll go along with the prosecutor. I'll do this delayed for 3 months. Court costs are assessed the amount of $300. Can you pay $300 within the next 30 days, or do you need a monthly payment plan?
I'm gonna need a payment plan. I'm on Social Security disability.
Okay. How much can you pay every month?
I don't know. I can't pay much. I don't get much, but I'll do what I can.
I need you to make a commitment. How much per month can you commit to? Can you do 40 a month?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you start that on or before January 7th?
January 10th is when I get my check.
All right, let's go to January 17th then. That gives you a little extra time.
Judge, that will go beyond his 3-month UA, so I don't know if we need to push the 3 months out.
No, it won't.
$300? Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I got you. I thought you were telling me the start date was out 3 months. I'm like,
no, I'm sorry.
All right, thank you. Mr. Heidi, understand that we can't close you out until this gets paid.
Yes, sir.
All right. So as long as you can stay out of trouble for more than 3 months, it won't be a problem.
Okay, Your Honor, I have something to say though. I just real quick.
If you
I did go. Pardon me.
I said, if you must.
Yeah, I just want to say, I picked my girlfriend up one day and we came to my house and a friend of hers called her from the apartment saying that I was driving up and down the driveway, and I wasn't. I was at home with my girlfriend, and my girlfriend called her and told her it's not him. He's here with, we're at his house. You know, so I mean, those people there say things that aren't true, that they're seeing things. I don't know, but it wasn't me. And my girlfriend can vouch for that. Man, I'm just saying, I'm not going to go there no more. I promise you that. I will never go there again.
Let me tell you the way it works. If in the next 3 months, or while your file's still open, while you're still under my thumb, so to speak, if there's an
Yes, sir.
allegation that you violated those terms, then we're gonna have a hearing. I'm not just gonna take somebody's word for it. We're gonna have a hearing. And at that
Okay.
hearing, you can present witnesses to say, wait a minute, he was out of state, he was in Florida with me at that time. You follow me?
Yes, sir.
That help?
Yep.
Any other questions?
No, sir.
Enjoy your day, sir.
You too. Thank you. Sir,
Thank you. Yes, sir.
when do I start paying that? Do I pay it due to court?
You're gonna pay it, yeah, you're gonna pay it to the 34th District Court, and as long as your payments get started on or before that January date that I gave you, the 17th, then
Right.
you're in good shape with us.
So do I just call in and give them a debit card number or something?
Go to our website, all the payment options are there. If you pay it with a credit card, it's gonna cost you more than that payment because there's a third-party vendor fee on every payment you make.
Could I just drop the payment off at the court?
I would suggest you pay it in person because then it saves you the vendor fee.
I'll pay it in person. I'll do that.
Anything else?
No, sir.
Enjoy your day.
You too. Thank you.
Miss Greer,
Yes, Judge.
I think we're done with you.
Okay. Well, it's
Thank
always
you.
a pleasure.
Judge,
And if I don't talk to you, Merry Christmas.
Merry
Same
Christmas
to you. I think we're done with you, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Jillian
Good luck with that
Downey.
beard.
Oh, maybe
What's
not.
that, Heather?
Jillian Downey, she called earlier. Marlisa spoke to her and we're just rescheduling her. I just don't want you to put her in the warrant basket. Downey was at 11 a.m.
Got it.
Heather, when is that being rescheduled to?
She did not tell me yet.
Okay.
But it'll show back up on the docket. Sorry, Shane.
Okay, I've
okay.
got live stuff in the courtroom, so you two got to exchange phone numbers.
I'm out of here. Have a good day.
I'm coming in.
Which file is this?
This is Marshall.
Marshall? Loyal?
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. All right. Mr. Kaplan, you're on the Marshall file?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is Mr. Bowditch representing you?
Yes.
He is not here. We're gonna, people are gonna make the motion to dismiss, this case today. I did speak to the complaining witness, and, she was in a car accident, had no transportation to court. So we will be dismissing with the intent to reissue.
Understand?
Yes.
You're okay with doing this without Mr. Bowditch next to you?
Yes, but question, as far as reissue, does that mean if he dismissed for now and we'll try again another time?
That's exactly what it means. You're gonna start over. Understood?
Yes.
Okay. Just so you know, that's what's called a dismissal without prejudice. The only way I can dismiss this case today with prejudice would be if we called a witness that testified and then the case got dismissed.
That's why I brought my cousin here, because I thought that's what we were going to do.
Yeah, but we didn't call a witness,
Oh,
and it's his case, so he gets to call witnesses first, and he's
Gotcha.
dismissed it first.
Okay,
You follow me?
Yes.
I can't stop a prosecutor from dismissing a case.
perfect.
So, I mean, it's the best you can get today is what I'm telling you.
Okay,
Okay? Anything else?
nope,
You sure?
yeah,
You're all set.
thank you.
Is the Weller case yours?
Yeah,
Okay.
and that's gonna go through, but if I could address the Garrett.
Look at this guy's name. You see this guy's name?
Yeah, so.
William Oakley Weller.
Maybe there's something you know about.
I'm gonna have to ask this guy if I know him. Garrett.
Your Honor, today's the date and time set for a, pre-trial arraignment, for Mr. Daryl Garrett. he failed to appear. This case happened on, I believe, 11/6 of 2021 or 11/5. I don't have much information, but there's another incident that occurred with the same with the victim on this case, Your Honor, where he allegedly shot a gun in the air as the victim was coming in. I know that we can't do anything about the show cause. We're going to request that be reissued, that be sent out as soon as possible at the next available court date with you.
Right.
However, with regards to the new case, we're going to request a cash bond on that, and possibly be having picked up, because this is becoming a dangerous situation.
Is this the disorderly person one?
Mhm. So that's a new case, and,
Yeah.
and the same victim is the one that was supposed to testify at trial. There's also been no doctor's note, so I'm asking for what we can do to.
Right. So just so the record's clear, that November 5th disorderly person is 21 RP 02808. Everything in this pile is going to get a 5,000 10% bench warrant. All the misdemeanors will go out on those. His files, the other people didn't show up today. That's just the way it happens.
Yeah.
The new rule is what though? We have to sit on.
They have to be show cause before we can enter warrants now on any misdemeanor.
Unless they were told. But the rule is unless we give them a date. So for example, if I arrange somebody and give them a date and they don't show up, it's when we mail a notice that we have to do, like him. I mean, we mailed his notice, so we can't bench warrant him. We got to show cause him, right? Yeah. That's the new kinder, gentler bench warrant rules.
Okay, so we just show cause on that?
Yeah.
On all of it?
Yeah, because I think everything that was scheduled today was just a mail notice.
On those two cases, yes.
What about the old stuff?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, everything was up today. The stuff the old stuff was set for today.
That was emailed by.
Yeah. Yeah.
How do we want to go about getting?
You know what? I can't deal with this right now.
Okay,
I mean, it's been I have been standing here since I got out.
Oh, I
of
know.
this. So let's deal with this later when my mind is a little fresher.
Okay, no problem.
And we can get Mariah involved, because the new rules have changed everything for me.
I know. Okay.
You know, it used to be you didn't show up, bench warrant goes.
Yeah.
So yeah, just let's deal with this later today after I get caught up on
You
everything.
can call me or text. Yeah.
Let's get them in so I can get some more water.
It's gonna be my.
Remind me to talk to them about that.
Yeah. Yes.
Hey, Josh, Mariah was listening into our conversation. She's spying on us. So she reminded me that as long as I articulate the reasons why there's a bench warrant issued outside of that, show cause first thing,
Yeah.
then we can go forward. So I think given the circumstances in this case, we can do that. So just remind me, we'll do that before you get out of here.
All right, wonderful. Thank you.
And where is Mr. Waller at? Did court officer go to get him?
Yeah, they're going to.
Thank you. Lots of no-shows this morning. Did we do William Downey? Oh, that's the one you rescheduled. Gentlemen, have a seat.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Your Honor. All right, People versus William Weller. Appearances.
Joshua Kavanaugh, on behalf of People.
Good morning, Your Honor, or good afternoon. John George, no, it's 11:59.
It's always morning somewhere.
John George, attorney on behalf of the defendant, William Weller, who's seated to my left.
And are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Your
Yes, Your Honor.
Witness?
Yeah, I'm gonna wait for this. I'm gonna call Ms. Knowles to the stand, Your Honor.
Ma'am, all the way up front, please.
Good morning.
Good morning. Right up here, right up here. We're gonna make you comfortable. You don't have to stand. Watch your step on this ramp.
Yeah.
Raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth today?
Yes.
Settle in this chair right here. And you can take your mask off if you're comfortable. It makes it a little bit more clear for your voice to go through the recording equipment.
Absolutely.
State your full name.
China Knowles.
All right. And Mr. Kaplan, your witness.
Yes.
I'm sorry, spell the last name.
Knowles.
Thank you very much.
Hello, Ms. Knowles. First and foremost, can I ask how old are you?
I'm 28.
Okay, and where do you live?
I live in Romulus.
Okay. And are you currently employed?
Yes.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a business owner. I own Comforting Care One LLC.
And what does Company Care One do?
I staff elderly care homes and home health care.
How long ago did you start that business?
About a year and a half.
Okay. And do you have clients?
Yes.
Okay. Around how many clients do you have that you work with?
Right now, I have in between 50 to 75 range.
And do you have staff that work with you?
Absolutely.
How many staff members work with you?
Right now, I have anywhere between 75 and like 115.
Okay. And as running a business, have you encountered any issues with any of your staff members?
Yes.
Specifically, Kristen Weller, does she work for you?
Yes.
Does she still work for you today?
No.
Okay, could you explain why she no longer works with you?
I had major issues with her husband.
Okay. When you say major issues with her husband, can you explain what happened that caused those issues?
Well, first I would like to say me and Kristen had a very positive relationship when she was a staff of mine. She was a very good worker. She always showed up for her shift. Her client's family was very happy with her, never had any complaints. All of a sudden, one day that turned drastic. She called me and said that she wasn't able to make it in. And then following day, she called me and said that she had issues with clock in.
What is clock in?
So basically, when she gets to her location, she clocks in. That way that I know that she's at her location.
Okay.
She was asking me if she was fired. I told her no. I asked her why she thought she was fired and told her I would contact my IT company to fix my app for when she clocks in. And I told her just leave the hours, I'll fix them later. She told me that her husband had sent vulgar pictures to my client's daughter, which is in charge of her care.
I'm sorry, sent what?
Vulgar pictures.
Thank you.
And I asked Kristen what pictures were sent. And she says, I don't know, I did not see them. They would not let me see them. But I'm told that they're pictures of drugs. He's trying to tell Maria, which is the client's daughter, that I am on drugs. I said, I am not aware of this. Maria never contacted me.
And let me take a step back. Had you ever had any contact with Mr.
Never,
before this?
never, no.
Okay, so this is, okay.
Very first rodeo with him.
Okay.
So I then talked to Kristen. I asked her how the daughter is feeling of my client. She says that she's fine and she doesn't believe the pictures that was sent to her, and that she's very happy with the care that she's providing her mother. So I go from there and I contact my client's daughter and I said, hi, I need the pictures from whatever her husband sent you. My client's daughter replied back and said that she was not interested in sending me them pictures because she didn't want any involvement in this domestic dispute. She said, I'm very happy with what Kristen's doing. I see that she gives my mom excellent care to date. If I have any concerns, I would address them with you personally. but right now there's no concerns. So I didn't want to push too much further with the information. I just let it be left alone. I talked to Kristen about our policy and procedures, and I told her that it was a violation of our policy that he contacted the family. Kristen stated that she thinks that he took the number of the daughter out of her phone when she was sleeping. Kristen also stated that he wanted her to quit her job and work back at their family business, and that she didn't want to leave her client because she loved her client. And that's what all these issues stemmed from.
And then at that point, did you have any communication with Mr. Weller about the situation?
At that point, no, I did not.
Okay. And so what did you do next when this was all going on?
So I kind of let it be left alone. I didn't really want to push too much. The next thing that happened was on July 8th, I received a text message from Kristen that says, I don't want to quit my job. Or no, I'm sorry. I received a call from Kristen, and Kristen stated that she was not able to make it into her shift. She stated that her and her husband had issues, and he's not letting her leave the house. She stated that she called Southgate Police Department and that she's waiting on them to come, but right now she thinks that she's not able to make her shift and she has to figure out what she needs to do next. I told her keep me posted and that I needed to find a replacement for her to go into work. She sent me a text that says, I don't want to quit. I love my job. I love Nana, which is my client, a nickname for her, and the family, but I guess I'm not even able to think straight this morning. I am trying, but he just keeps pushing me to almost being paralyzed, waiting for Southgate Police now. I responded to Kristen and said, Kristen, we love and support you 100% at Comfort and Care. I was giving you space. You're a strong woman. Keep your head up. I'll be calling you around 3 p.m. to check on you. Take some you time. Clear your head. She responded with, okay, thank you. And then from then on, there was no contact from Kristen. Kristen just vanished at that point. I received a call from William that I missed. I was not able to call him back. I was actually with another family. And apparently he called Maria, which is my client's daughter again. She sent me a text, just got a voicemail from Kristen's husband that she is currently hospitalized in Henry Ford Hospital. Obviously not working. Asked that I pass that on. I said, okay, got it. He called me. I spoke with him a bit ago. Please disregard any calls from him. I'll be reaching out to you shortly. At that point, I called Mr. Weller and I asked what was going on. He specified that he didn't want to talk to me about Kristen. He wanted me to talk directly to her, but she is hospitalized and that that's all that he would tell me.
And at that time, when he did that, did he also send a message on July 17th regarding that?
Yep, that was, so what?
Sure.
What ended up happening?
Let me ask a question. Do you recognize this text message?
Yes, that was later on when he sent me that. Yep.
Okay, so who sent you? When you say
William Weller.
William Wells. Could you read that message for the record?
He says,
Wait a minute, Your Honor, objection, is this going to be introduced into evidence and will I have a chance to examine the document?
You have the document I provided to you. It's one of the text messages. And we'll introduce this evidence. I'm gonna use all of them, but
These were, yeah, it's, okay.
yeah, I mean, everything I gave you is gonna be introduced.
Withdrawn objection, Mr. George?
Well, Your Honor, I'd like to see a foundation laid for the entry of this evidence, and then assuming there's a proper foundation laid, I would waive any objections to the use of this in evidence.
Okay, lay a little foundation.
Did you receive this message?
yes,
On your phone?
yes,
Okay, and it was your phone that you received it on?
yes,
And
my cell phone.
and this is your cell phone. Did you change this message anymore?
No,
Did you edit it before providing it to the jury?
absolutely not.
And so this came right to your phone?
Absolutely. Exactly how it's here is how it came to my phone.
Any follow-up questions as far as foundation?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
If you could read that message into the record.
Hey, China, this is Kristen's husband. The reason I didn't tell you why Kristen was in the hospital was due to HIPAA laws. You violated my wife's policy under the HIPAA law. And yes, I did contact Maria because you did not answer your business phone or even have an active voicemail for your business, nor did Kristen receive a copy of your so-called contract. So your contract is void. You obviously don't have a clue.
Your Honor, I'd like to introduce as people's, is it one correct evidence?
Any objections, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
That'll come in.
All right, so you received this message, and then what happened next with Mr. Weller?
Mr. Weller contacted my client's family via text message and says, "Dear Maria, China is making threats towards me and Kristen regarding me leaving you a voicemail for you regarding Kristen being in the hospital. Kristen will not be returning to your home as long as China is involved." Now, the way that I took that is clearly he's trying to tell her Kristen can return as long as it's private employment between them, by him saying as long as China is not involved. It is not fair that Kristen has to take care of your mom's needs and give her medication, which is illegal under the state of Michigan, as well as entertain your son and wash your clothes and dishes for $12 an hour. Not sure what you said to China, but we are still receiving threats. Not cool. Not one time have I ever in life.
Okay, let's stick to just answering
Have you ever
questions.
threatened anybody or anything
No,
like that?
never.
So the message that was provided there, is there any truth to that message?
Threats? No, no.
And that message was provided to you by the client?
The client's daughter.
Okay.
Yep.
And then I'd like to focus on, have you had more direct communication with Mr. Weller, will it be via text or over the phone?
Yes. So the conversation really started when I had talked to Kristen. Kristen called me and we scheduled a meeting. Our first meeting didn't happen because we had a huge flood and I didn't really want her to come out in the huge flood and risk coming to my location. So she came the following day, which was the 17th.
17th of what, ma'am?
July 17th, 2021. And she told me that he knew that she was coming to my location. At this point, I was running my location out of my home.
Your Honor, I don't mean to be obstructive, but I'd like to object here because I haven't objected to this point, but we're hearing a stream of hearsay evidence and really if
if you may, I understand. If I may ask another question.
Sure.
Thank you. Go ahead.
All right. So we're gonna focus on your direct communications with Mr. Weller that you received, okay? So I'd like to focus our attention to another text message by the approach, Your Honor.
Did you want to do this first? Because that was what happened first, for everything to trickle down.
Okay. I'm gonna be showing some.
Okay.
So I would like to see, is this text message that you provided to the court or provided to the people?
Yes.
And this was received on your phone?
Yes.
Okay, now it's a communication, so there's two parts to it that just shows everything. Did you make any alterations to that?
No.
Any changes, deletions,
No.
subtractions?
No.
So these text messages are as it appeared on your phone?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to have exhibit 2 and to evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Now, I'd like you to read this conversation for us, starting with your first message to Mr. Weller about this situation.
Absolutely. I told him I would speak with my employee, sir. Have a great day. Please do not reach out to my clients or further action will be taken. That's a violation. Enjoy your day.
And before you continue, was that a response to him reaching out? That was a response to him reaching out to the clients and saying you're on drugs and you're threatening people and those types of things?
Well, that Kristen was on drugs.
Yes, that's what I meant.
Yep.
Okay. All right, can you read his response?
He says, "Is that a threat? If you think I'm going to be frightened by trailer trash from Romulus, you are wrong. You barely have a pot to piss in."
You read it as is.
Okay, bring it because I'll put your ass out of business. I texted him and said, "We have nothing in common. Stop all communication with myself and any signed clients signed to Comforting Care LLC." He says, "Or what? More threats? You are right. We have nothing in common. You make white trash look good. I told you I'll put your ass out of business and I intend to. Good luck, bitch." And then he stated, "I've reported you in your threats to the authorities. Any further communication or contact from you or your family will result into your arrest.
I'm just gonna grab it.
Mhm.
So you asked twice for no further communication, and both times he kept responding, which is
Correct.
okay. And I'd like to ask you, how did this affect your business? What happened next? Or what happened, you know, he's texting you this. What else happened with your business?
He's left me a horrible review, a horrific review. That says China threatens her employees and their family members. She is a poor business person who doesn't have her business phone or even a voicemail for her listed business phone number. She regularly violates HIPAA laws for her employees. Company Care is not a licensed healthcare company, yet unlicensed and uncertified employees are forced to give prescription medications to the clients. This is highly illegal under the Michigan law. The employees are not given access to their pay stubs, earnings information, and when the employees ask for pay stubs, China refuses to produce them to her employees. China tells potential clients that she runs background checks and drug tests on all of her employees. That's completely false. You don't know who's coming into your home. It could be a drug addict, a convicted felon, or a common thief. You'll never know what you get till it's too late. I'd stay far away from China and Company Care LLC as you can. There are many fine companies out here that are highly professional and have integrity. This is not one of them.
And where was that posted?
On Google.
So
on
it
my
was posted
business
to
website.
Google. And it was what, posted to a website as well?
Mhm.
What website is that?
Company Care 1 LLC .org.
And as a result of this post, could you explain what happened?
From there, I reported the post and I went and made a police report.
What happened to your business because of this?
Actually, it took away 2 of my clients.
So you lost 2 clients, okay. Because of this, and have you had other communication with Mr. Weller beyond what's been presented to you?
I personally did not, but he did contact another client that was signed to me that left a review on my business page that he was friends with, I guess, in high school.
And I appreciate,
And
go ahead.
I have all of that proof here, as well as he contacted my partner, which is Care.com, and Officer Dillon, that is in my police report.
Yeah.
He contacted Care.com and they agreed that it was 2 and the same.
So between your conversations and between what he's posted online and his text messages, did you have any fear of Mr. Weller?
Oh yeah, I was scared that he was gonna come to my house. That's why I made a police report. I've never seen him before. I would have never knew.
Did you find these electronic communications by him to be malicious towards you?
Yes.
And was there any truth to anything he posted online or to you?
No, absolutely not.
Or people rest.
Your witness.
Your Honor.
Wherever you're comfortable, as long as Heather can pick up your voice,
Okay, Your Honor, regarding masking, would you prefer?
I'm okay if you're comfortable like you are.
Hi, Ms. Knowles.
Hi.
How you doing?
Great, how are you?
Oh, not too bad. My name is John George. I'm William Weller's attorney,
Nice to
and
meet
I
you.
just had some questions for you.
Mhm.
Does Mrs. Weller, how long of a period of time did she work for you?
I hired Kristen April 14th, and after this issue, which is July 17th, she was terminated.
And why was she terminated?
She was terminated because she no longer showed up for her shift. I put her back on schedule that following Monday. I sent her a text message asking if she received her schedule, and she no longer responded.
I see. Now, there was a series of communications that took place between you and Mr. Weller, correct?
Mhm.
Yeah, that's what we're here about. And when about did that take place? Do you recall the date? Was it July 17th?
There was
thereabouts,
many
or-
days, sir. There were many days.
Uh-huh.
The very first contact that I had from him was 7/6/21.
Uh-huh.
The very last conversation that I had was 7/17/21, when I filed the police report.
Okay. Since the filing of the police report, have you had any further contact from Mr. Weller about anything?
No.
Okay. Do you know why Mr. Weller was calling you that day?
Which day, counsel?
7/17/21, the date that at least is listed on the police report as the date it happened.
No, I had no idea why he was calling me. But
Because you weren't able to answer the phone.
I think that you have the dates wrong because he called me 7/6/21.
Okay, is that the date that his wife was supposed to go to this lady's house and she couldn't make it?
That's when Kristen was supposedly put in the hospital.
Okay, and Mr. Weller called that time, but you didn't get a call. from him.
I did not, I received a call, but I was not able to answer it because I was currently with a family. Correct. That was 7/6/21.
And then you expressed displeasure at the fact that he called the client directly, correct?
Again, 7/6/21, after he called me, yes.
Okay, but he couldn't get a hold of you, so what should he have done?
He could have waited 5 minutes, really. I called him back within 30 minutes of a time span.
Okay.
It's a violation of my policy to contact any family or client if you're not working with them.
I see, I see. Now, as far as the contact with this client, it was notification that Mrs. Weller would not be present that day, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You had mentioned something earlier, and I'm just curious. Do your nurses, are these certified nursing assistants or what?
These are caregivers. This is a non-skilled home health care.
Okay, they're not allowed to dispense medication, are
They're
they?
allowed to oversee medications and do medication reminders.
Okay, but they can't fill the pill box and give it out.
They do not, one of my employees fill pill boxes. All of their medications are put under lock and key.
Okay, gotcha, gotcha. Now, you said that you saw a post on your website. Tell me about that website. Is it a .com website or is it
It's
on
.org.
Facebook or?
No, it's .org. It's, if you look it up on Google, it's companycare1llc.org.
Oh, okay, it's a regular website.
Uh-huh.
Okay. When did you first find out about this review that Mr. Weller had written?
I was told about it by Kristen to watch out for a review. When she came and met with me July 17, 2021. And I also was told by Kristen that he also reached out to a client that was signed to me because he noticed their last name on the review that they left, and that he did reach out to them. So I did reach out to that family and they confirmed that.
Well, you had indicated earlier that you had lost business because of this.
Absolutely.
Well, how many, you said you typically have 50 to 75 clients at a time.
Mhm.
Well, how many do you have now?
I have 37 clients, but that also is because I'm kicked off of a site that I'm partnered with, which is care.com.
Wait, tell me about that a little. I kind of missed that. You were kicked off?
So William had contacted my partnered site, which is care.com. I'm partnered with them and they give me different leads on different jobs that are posted that families looking for care. He contacted them and told them information that I personally don't have. Officer Dillon has, and he put it in the report. And they sent me an email saying that I was removed from care.com community.
Is this care.com community, is this like a franchise you buy into or how does, I don't understand.
It's more of contractors and or businesses on there looking for families to render care to.
So
And
they're
it's
more like a
more of-
referral agency?
Yeah, and it's more of families being on there looking for good positive care for their loved ones. So it's not something you buy into, it's a subscription that you pay into to become partnered with them.
I see. Well, are you partnered with any other agencies that provide you with clients?
At this time, no, I am in the process of becoming credentialed with insurances.
When you say credential with insurances, that seems to indicate that you have to do something more than you're doing now.
No, that means that I have to fill out paperwork and turn it in to accept their insurances.
Oh, I see.
Mhm.
So you receive some of your compensation from insurance,
Correct.
insurance payments. Okay, I didn't understand. I'm sorry. Um, give me 1 minute. I won't take your time. Did you ever have a telephone conversation with Kristen Weller that was heated where you may have screamed at her?
Absolutely not, never. Kristen was one of my best employees. Like I said, also she was given a bonus where she was given a full body massage for being such a great worker before all of this happened.
Wow, I wish I could get that kind of bonus. No, I don't mean to make levity of it, but that's a very nice thing you did.
Thank you.
Okay. Um, no further questions for right now.
Thank you.
Mr. Capel?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Ms. Knowles, you can step down. Watch your step, please.
Thank you.
People rest, Your Honor.
Any defense witnesses, Mr. George?
Yes, Your Honor, I would like to call William Weller.
Mr. Weller, come on up.
Thank you.
Watch your step on the ramp, sir.
Thanks, sir.
Raise your right hand. Swear affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Have a seat. Proceed, Mr. George.
May you state your name for the record, please?
William Oakley Weller.
And what do you do, Mr. Weller?
I own Floors by Bill. I own about a 2,600 square foot floor covering store in Trenton.
Oh, okay. And how long have you been in that line of work?
30 years.
Okay. You've heard the testimony of China Knowles. Did you have any contacts with China Knowles on or about 7/6/21, if you can recall a specific date?
Yes.
What happened anyways?
My wife was hospitalized that day. Early in the morning, I would say 9-ish, I contacted or tried to contact Mrs. Knowles on her personal / business phone. And there was.
Why did you try to contact Mrs. Knowles?
Why?
Yeah.
Because Kristen was gonna be at work that day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
Kristen was gonna be there. She, like I said, had been taken to the hospital. I tried to contact her about, I'm gonna say 9:30 in the morning. She did not answer the phone, nor did she have voicemail set up for me to leave her any type of contact information at all. At that point, I contacted. Oh, okay.
I'm trying to keep him from choking.
Okay. I contacted, I called Maria, who was the daughter of the client.
So you called Maria after you called Mrs. Weller, you attempted.
Or after Mrs. Knowles, yes.
I mean, the Mrs. Knowles.
Correct.
Okay, so continue.
So yeah, I called Maria and left her a message saying that Kristen had been hospitalized and that she would not be there that day. And that was pretty much the extent of that conversation.
So that's all you told to Maria?
Correct.
And
correct.
Maria is the daughter of
Of
lady.
the lady that was being cared for.
Did you say anything else to her about China Knowles or Comfort Care? Or
No, I was just
Continuing
trying to inform her that they work from home. Her and her husband work from home, and they work in the basement. So I was told most days, Kristen had told me that most days they would leave the front door open, and then she would just come into the home. They would already be in the basement. They both work for Ford, so they would be in the basement, just doing their job. And so.
Wait a minute, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm losing you here.
Okay.
Who are you talking about?
I'm talking about the client. When I called
Maria and her
right,
daughter.
Maria and her husband at that point worked from home.
Mhm.
So they worked in the basement. So they would leave their front door unlocked, so
Uh-huh.
Kristen could just come in and take care of their mother.
Uh-huh.
So they would not have known if Kristen was there or not, because they're in the basement performing their task for their company.
I see.
So I called and, left her a message regarding that, that Kristen would not be there, so that their mother wasn't left alone upstairs.
Well, when Kristen would normally get to a workstation, wouldn't she have to call a number to check in or to log in or?
I'm not sure that, I'm not sure how, if it was done, I believe it was done through an app.
Oh,
But
okay.
I'm not sure as to that, how the app works. I never saw it on her phone, so.
Okay, so you spoke with you spoke with Maria and you told her that Kristen would not be there and
Correct.
that was pretty much it? Or did
Pretty
you-
much, I think I may have mentioned that I tried to contact Mrs. Knowles, but that was pretty much it. Like I said, it wasn't really a long conversation. And then I would just like to say this. So that was 9:30 in the morning. I received a call from Mrs. Knowles. It was after 1 p.m. Because I had gone to the hospital and back by that point.
I see.
And it told me that she'd missed a call and asked who I was. And I told her who I was. And, I was Kristen's husband, that she wasn't going to be there. I was calling her to let her know that she wasn't going to be there. And that I had contacted Maria to let her know because she didn't answer her phone.
I see, okay. So that call was until 1 o'clock?
It was after lunch because I had gone to the hospital to see Kristen.
When would your wife's shift normally start that day with Maria's mother?
I'm gonna say 8:30, 9 o'clock.
Oh, okay, so by 1 o'clock, okay, I got you.
Right.
Okay. You sent some text to Mrs. Knowles, correct?
Correct.
And these texts were pretty straightforward, weren't they?
Yes, they were.
Well, what was the purpose behind these texts that you were sending? Why did you use this language?
Because I was highly irritated. Kristen had gotten out of the hospital that Thursday, and we had talked about it. She goes, "Yeah, I'm going to give China a call this weekend." And within 2 hours of us being home, China called and said that she'd been blowing up her phone all week, trying to get a hold of her, and and basically started berating her and screaming at her because I contacted Maria. That was the gist of it. Okay. And that she was breaking HIPAA laws, and that's basically the gist of my, making threats at Kristen.
But you did make threats, right?
I'm sorry?
You did make threats to China, right? In your text.
In my text, not physical threats by any means.
Yeah, sure.
I think she's a very poor business owner. Being in business for 30 years, I think she doesn't have a clue when you're telling someone that they are breaking HIPAA laws, and she doesn't have the right to. She just got out of the hospital and she's attacking her. It's not.
I see.
It's not good behavior.
Now, there was also something admitted into evidence where you had written a review for Comforting Care on their website, correct?
Correct.
Are there many reviews listed on the website?
I honestly don't remember. I would say I would guess there were probably 15, 20.
Okay. Have you looked at the website lately?
No, I have not.
Okay. The information that you indicated in your review was quite negative, correct?
Correct.
Well, what was your intention in giving her this negative review?
My intention was to let the public know everything in that review is 100% true. To let the public know. I give bad reviews occasionally. Not very many. I think I've gotten probably 4 in the last 15 years.
You mean people have reviewed your business?
My business, exactly. Right. But I'm not taking them to court by any means.
Sure, I understand. So you're saying this was all the result of your wife's hospitalization, your attempt to contact the client to let her know that your wife would not be there?
That was the beginning of it, yes, yes, yes. The text messages were because of her attacking my wife hours after she got out of the hospital.
Well,
Or I should say verbally attacked.
was it your intention, was this done maliciously?
The text messages?
Yeah.
No, no. It was done to inform her that she didn't know what she was talking about, that no HIPAA laws were broken, and she was the one that was breaking the HIPAA laws because she was the one that when I talked to her on the phone, when she called me back that day, she said, "Why is she in the hospital?" And I said, "Well, I'm not really at liberty to discuss that with you. And as an employer, I know she has no right to ask me that question because that is a HIPAA law violation."
I see. You're charged with malicious use of a service provided by a communications common carrier if you do something, well, you're allegedly guilty of a misdemeanor if you maliciously use any service provided by a telecom service provider with intent to terrorize, frighten, intimidate, threaten, harass, molest, or annoy another person or to disturb the peace and quiet of another person. And then it follows up with some special actions that might fall under the statute. But what is your intention to terrorize, frighten, intimidate, threaten, harass, molest?
No, not in any way. If I'd known the statute, I would have called the police and had them after she spoke to my wife that day, because that's what she did to my wife.
Okay, I see, I see. No further questions.
Mr. Kaplan.
Okay. Well, let's start with my first question is going to be, can you explain HIPAA law to me?
Can I explain HIPAA law?
Yeah.
Not fully.
Because this whole thing started over, you're saying you're irritated over a violation.
Right, I can explain to you that as an employer, you cannot, if I have to go to the doctors or have to go into the hospital or have a medical condition, I don't have to disclose that to you as an employer.
So HIPAA law is the doctor who is seeing your wife can't provide that information, but if that information is provided another way to a layperson, they are allowed to speak on that. So let's just get started with, that's not a HIPAA law violation.
Okay, well, if you inquire, yes, it is a HIPAA law violation. If you inquire, if I work for you and I'm in the hospital for a week and I get out of the hospital and I've got a doctor's note and I walk in and you say, "Why were you in the hospital?" That's a HIPAA law violation.
So asking a question is
Yes.
a HIPAA law violation.
Yes.
In your mind.
Well, that's to try to gather that information.
So for example, I could not come to court as a prosecutor for a month, and I can, when the Judge Oakley says, "Why haven't you been here for a month with all these empty cases?" I can say, well, I have a doctor's note. He can't ask what's going on. He'd be violating HIPAA by asking me.
Yeah. Yeah. If you
Even
have
though
a
he's not a
doctor,
provider.
if you have a doctor's note, yeah.
So doctor's notes can get you a get
Well,
out
I'm
of jail
just
free
saying,
card
but that's what HIPAA law is exactly.
in your mind.
I know I've been, okay. Have you ever owned a company? Have you ever been self-employed?
Mr. Weller, you
Yes.
get to answer questions.
I'm
from that
sorry,
chair,
sir.
Not ask.
So you're getting highly irritated, and
I'm not. I just
you
think it's silly.
you admitted that this HIPAA law violation irritated you, correct?
Not the HIPAA law. No, that had nothing to do with it. It had to do with her threatening. So she was the one initially.
But you were irritated, you said.
I wasn't irritated. I was upset. I was extremely upset that she would attack my wife.
Your testimony right before I came here was that you were irritated.
Okay, so I was irritated.
Okay. You admitted on the record that you, via text, threatened her, just not physically.
Okay.
So you admitted that, correct?
If I said that, I'd have to the court record. I mean,
you just said it 5 minutes ago.
Okay.
Okay. So what does it mean to threaten someone not physical?
I don't know. You should ask China.
I'm asking you, sir.
How to threaten somebody non-physical?
That's what you said. So I'm asking what that means.
I would say I would have to, if I'm going to threaten somebody non-physical, or I'm going to fire you. I guess that's a threat, a non-physical threat.
You said you sent these text messages to inform her.
Correct.
Okay. So were you trying to inform her that she's trailer trash? Was that to inform her while you're highly irritated?
That's my opinion.
And was it to inform her that when you said that she barely has a pot to piss in?
It's my opinion.
And you threatened to put her ass out of business?
Yes, I did.
If I threatened to put your ass out of business, would that alarm you in any way?
Not as a business owner, no.
But it's not all about you. It's how she takes those messages. Do you understand that? If she feels threatened or harassed.
She's a business owner.
Yeah.
So she
And
said-
so how she takes those messages you sent her. It's not about your intent. Were you informing her when you said you make white trash look good?
As to that we have nothing in common, exactly, yes.
That's what you meant by
Yes.
white trash look good.
Yep,
Is that you have nothing in common.
exactly.
Then why didn't you say you have nothing in common?
Well, I don't know, like I said, because I was slightly irritated.
And then you said again, and this is after she said, do not talk to her. You said, I would put you, I told you that I would put you out of business, I intend to. So your intention was to put her out of business, again. And this is after she asked you not to respond, or not to have any further communication.
There's 3 or 4 questions.
I apologize.
So let's just
Yeah.
one at a time.
Okay, well, if I may, Your Honor.
Sure.
Okay, so she said originally, please do not reach out to my clients or further action will be taken. There's violation, enjoy your day. You then messaged her, is that a threat? If you think I'm going to be frightened by trailer trash from around me, so you were wrong, you really have a pot to piss in, bring it because I'll put your ass out of business. She said, we have nothing in common, stop all communication with myself and any signed clients signed to conform Comforting Care LLC. You then responded, or what, more threats? You were right, we have nothing in common, you make white trash look good. I told you that I'd put you out of business and I intend to, good luck, bitch. What do you mean by good luck, bitch?
Well, what I meant is in that whole statement, as you can clearly see, my feeling was I was being threatened. My wife was being threatened. So why would I put on there, is that another threat?
So you took as a threat, we have nothing in common, stop all communication with myself and any signed clients signed to Comforting Care LLC.
No, I took the statement before that.
You took the statement before that I will speak with my employees, sir, have a great day. Please do not reach out to my clients or further action will be taken.
Yes.
You took that, what kind of threat did you take that as?
I don't know. But I took that as a threat, yes.
You took that as a
Yes,
threat?
I did.
And so your response to a woman who's 5'6", 130 pounds is good luck, bitch, and calling her white trash.
I've never met the woman before today.
You know she's a woman, you know she's employed. Why would you speak to a woman like that? It's because you're angry? And you have issues with anger, don't you?
No.
No issues with anger. And then you decided to write care.com?
I don't believe that was ever substantiated. Matter of fact, I think in the police report it says, I believe.
You just.
No, that they said they believe.
You just testified that you
I
wrote this.
testified that was on her website.
This. Okay, you testified that you wrote this?
Yes, on her website, yes.
Okay. Did you have any proof of any of the unsubstantiated claims in here?
Yes, I do.
Like what?
Like the distribution of pills.
Do you have any proof with you today?
Yes, I do.
What kind of proof?
I have a previous client that will testify to that.
And she's here today in the courtroom?
Yes, she is.
Who is that?
Kristen Weller.
Okay, that's your wife?
Correct.
All right. Now let me ask you this. I'll get to that. I guess my question is, you've had issues with your wife in the past, haven't you?
Not substantial in any way.
Legal issues?
With my wife, legal issues?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Never been charged with anything for that?
No.
Never had a domestic violence charge?
Yeah, 12 years ago.
1996?
Your Honor,
I believe so.
I'd like to object here, or at least maybe we can have a sidebar regarding MRE 609, which deals with impeachment by evidence of conviction of crime. I think that is where the prosecutor is leading, and I don't know if it's really allowable under MRE 609.
So is the objection relevance?
Yes,
Or-
Your Honor. Plus, under pursuant to MRE 609.
Mr. Kaplan, response?
Your Honor, it is going to be for impeachment purposes, also for knowledge, as I'm going to present certain history of his past that would go to his knowledge on how to do malicious use of communications in the past. It also goes to his impeachment to the credibility. And it's also important, I believe, if he's going to call his wife to the stand, if he's been convicted of domestic violence, that it be brought out there that she may feel the need to testify or else, based on his anger issues.
Response, Mr. Short?
Your Honor, MRE 609 specifically states that for purposes of attacking the credibility of a witness, evidence that the witness has been convicted of a crime shall not be admitted unless the evidence has been elicited from the witness or established by public record during the cross-examination.
Which just happened. He just admitted he was charged 12 years ago.
Sure, and my objection is that questions shouldn't even have been asked, nor should it be allowed to proceed. This line of questioning,
And what's your objection that it shouldn't proceed?
because under 609, you cannot admit evidence of a prior conviction, period.
Under 404B, Your Honor, per the case law, one of the reasons you are allowed to introduce other acts is for knowledge. Basically, as I was about to present, that he has knowledge and he's not in cyber stalking and harassment online, which goes to the case here today, which he just denied, doing it before, and it goes towards that he does have the knowledge and he has done in the past, not to prove the matter asserted today.
Your Honor, may I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Speak? Under 609A2.
Well, hold on. He's in 404. Let's talk 404 before we go back to 609.
Wait a minute.
He just referenced 404B.
404B.
Other crimes, wrongs, or acts.
Your Honor, I'd also add to my thing that another reason why you are allowed to is for absence of mistake. Now, he has said he did not intend to cause those things when it was asked on direct examination. He did not intend to harass her or only those things. I would argue that he did intend to, and another reason why his criminal past is allowed to come on in to prove that it wasn't a mistake that he caused this.
Under what?
So under 404B.
404B. Okay.
I'm looking at 404B, and that does allow, it says evidence of other crimes, wrongs, or acts.
Mr. George, with respect, Mr. George, it doesn't work when people read things to me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I've got it too.
Oh,
so
okay.
Just make your argument.
Okay,
I'm a visual learner, not an auditory.
Gotcha.
So.
Sorry, Your Honor.
No, that's all right.
Section B sets forth exactly when it may be admissible to show this. And furthermore, there's a written requirement that the prosecution let the defendant know at least 14 days in advance, orally or on the record, of his intention to use other crimes, wrongs, or acts.
So I think what I just heard is you agree that there are certain circumstances where it can be used, but there's a notice required.
Yes.
So I would argue that I don't have the 14 days for the statute. I did notify him orally that it would be allowed in. I don't have the 14-day requirement.
You lost me.
I did orally give him notice on this. I don't have any. My book didn't say anything about 14 days. I don't know if yours does. I apologize.
Well, it says, B, subparagraph 2, provide written notice at least 14 days in advance of trial or orally on the record later if the court excuses pretrial notice on good cause shown.
And that
goes on. of the general nature of any such evidence that attends to introduce trial, and rational whether or not rational. All right, so let's talk about good cause, because it clearly says 14 days and less. So what's the good cause that there was no 14-day notice?
Your Honor, I got the CCH today. The good, and I also say that I did provide notice to him orally. There was no pretrial motions. He did have the ability to make that pretrial motion. So
When was it done orally though?
Today, when I spoke to him.
Okay.
I gave him the opportunity to look at it, and he knew about it as well.
All right, I'm not gonna allow it.
No problem. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, any other defense witnesses?
I'd like to call Kristen Weller.
Sir, you can step down, watch your step on the ramp. Ms. Weller, come on up. Watch your step on the ramp, man. Raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Have a seat.
Good afternoon, Ms. Waller.
Good afternoon.
I don't know if this is redundant. Could you state your name for the record?
Kristen Lynette Weller.
And you know the defendant, William O. Weller?
Yes.
And how do you know him?
We've been married for 6 years, together for 10.
Oh, okay. And what do you do now?
Currently, I am back working at our business, Floors by Bill.
And were you in fact working for, the name of your corporation was Comforting Care, correct? I mean,
Correct.
corporation you were working for.
Correct.
Okay, and when were you working for, about when did you work for Comforting Care?
I'm gonna go, it started in April, and I worked up until the 7th of July.
Okay, why didn't you work after the 7th of July?
On the 8th of July, I was admitted to the hospital. I was taken into Wyandotte Henry Ford Hospital. I was not released from the hospital until the following Thursday, which was the 15th.
And that's when a lot of these conversations took place with you and Mrs. Knowles, right?
Correct.
Well, what kind of conversations took place on the 15th?
On the 15th, she had called, I don't remember, it was right after I got home from the hospital. I was either getting in the shower or just got out of the shower, I'm not positive. And she had been yelling at me that I had violated HIPAA laws because my husband knew the phone number to where I was working. And that that is not a HIPAA law.
All right, let's stick, it's been a long morning. Let's stick to Q&A instead of all the narrative.
Understood, Your Honor. So anyways, let me rewind the tape in my head. I gotta figure out where we were at before we got sidetracked on the HIPAA law. But the fact is, on the 15th, you got a phone call from Mrs. Knowles, right?
Yes.
And it was a heated phone call?
It started off as a heated phone call.
I'm gonna object to relevance to this. This doesn't have anything to do with whether or not Mr. Weiler sent malicious use of communications via electronic.
What's the relevance?
There probably is none, Your Honor.
Okay.
I will
Appreciate that.
agree.
Appreciate that.
You know, sometimes you feel you just have to talk.
I remember.
Yeah. I gotta tell you something, that picture out there does not do you justice.
That's an old picture.
Oh, and I'm not doing that to influence the court.
That picture's been there a while.
We both agree you're aging well.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, anyways, Mrs. Weller, were you present when your husband did any of this text messaging?
Not that I'm aware of. I'm not gonna say I was not there. I had set up to go meet Mrs. Knowles on that Friday, which looks like it was the 16th, to talk about my job. There was a flood that day. So we had rescheduled it for the 17th, which was a Saturday. And I did go out there and had the conversation. I do not know if I was when these text messages were going back and forth.
Okay, no other questions.
I have no questions for this.
Ma'am, you can sit down. Watch your step. Any other defense witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Kaplan, any rebuttal?
No, Your Honor.
I'm ready for closings.
We'll reserve closing with the.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I was.
It's all right. It's all right.
What was that again?
I'm reserving closing. I'm gonna reserve my closing.
He only wants one shot at me.
Okay. Thank
Your
you.
turn.
Your Honor,
Either way.
all I'd like to indicate is that this is an unusual situation. We have business people here. Of course, they work in separate businesses. We have Mr. Weller, who's in carpeting, Ms. Knowles, who's in home health care. And what happened is Mrs. Weller, who is an employee of Mrs. Knowles, ended up in the hospital at Henry Ford. My client wanted to make sure that the individual client being serviced by Miss Knowles knew that her caregiver would not be present. That's why he called her. And that's all that happened. And his explanation is he called her because he couldn't get through to Miss Knowles, and he wanted to make sure that the person receiving the care knew that the caregiver would not appear. After that point, Mr. Weller did make some comments by text. I think in the heat of the moment, they were a little heavy, but I would not argue that they've reached a level where someone would be fearful of harm or they would be threatened by these messages. It was just a statement of fact by Mr. Weller, probably caused by his concern over the hospitalization of his wife. What I'd really like to see if it could happen is if these parties could just sit down and just, I mean, it was a crazy situation that got out of control. I don't think it rose to the level of malicious use of a communications device. And for that reason, Your Honor, I would ask that the court give consideration to this fact and find the defendant not guilty.
Mr. Kaplan.
Your Honor, I believe, first, and let me say that I believe the people proved beyond a reasonable doubt today. It wasn't just the proof of Ms. Knowles, who I believe bravely testified today, but it was on the words of the defendant. He admitted to being highly irritated. He admitted that those text messages were threats, not physical. He admitted to that. Now, he can say he didn't mean to frighten, but Ms. Knowles testified that she was frightened. That's malicious use of communications. It doesn't matter if his intent was to frighten her, if the victim took it as frightening. Now, as someone who's running a business, I would take it as threatening. If someone called me trailer trash, you were wrong, you barely have a pot to piss in, bring it, because I'll put your ass out of business. If someone said that to me, I would feel harassed. I would feel frightened, as she said she did. I would also add that when she said we have nothing in common and asked for no more communication, no more contact, she didn't respond back by threatening or angry or irritated. She said no more contact. His response, or what? Question mark, question mark, question mark. More threats? You are right. We have nothing in common. You make white trash look good. I told you that I would put you out of business. I intend to. Good luck, bitch. She was frightened. She felt harassed. Her business was being hurt. This not only affected her personally and emotionally, but this affected her business. And then on top of that, he unfoundedly puts together a complaint that ruined her business for a little while. She lost clients. She lost her biggest referral source. So not only did he make a threat about putting her ass out of business and call her trailer trash and make white trash look good and call her a bitch. Not only did he do that, but then he followed up with more activity, more online activity, with unfounded allegations that she is still currently dealing with today. Your Honor, the defense said it was in the heat of the moment. It doesn't matter if it's the heat of the moment or not. It doesn't matter if he's irritated. It doesn't matter what's going on. The text messages were malicious. He admitted to being a threat, and the defendant or the victim took it as frightening and harassing. That is open and shut case for malicious use of communications. We ask that you find the defendant guilty of that.
Thank you. If all I had was a phone call on July 6th to Maria, the patient's daughter, even if I believed it went down exactly like Ms. Knowles said, without the spin that I heard from Ms. Weller, I'd probably say, you know what? Guy's wife's in the hospital, I'll give him some slack on that. But he didn't leave it there. This was on its face, these text messages are malicious. On their face. I wouldn't let a 14-year-old get away with this kind of stuff. An adult, no way. No way. Absolutely, positively guilty of malicious use. Let's talk sentencing. What should I consider, Mr. George?
Your Honor, Mr. Weller is currently in the Veterans Court in Southgate. There was a charge there that was reduced from a similar charge. And it happened in October. He's enrolled in the Veterans Court.
Just October 21?
September of
21. So just a couple months ago. Go ahead. I just want to get timing. Go ahead.
And Mr. Weller has also been hospitalized because he's had severe blood sugar issues that were undiagnosed. And those blood sugar issues, I'm not saying that's what caused him to act out, but that has a lot to do with his acting out, plus the fact that his wife was in the hospital. What I'm concerned about is I want to keep him in Veterans Court, and I mean, the prosecution has been more than generous in offering plea agreements. And under normal circumstances, I would take them, but I don't want to subject my client to further, excuse me, Your Honor, I have a crown that keeps coming off my front tooth.
Don't swallow it. That gets expensive.
I don't want to swallow it because the dentist will cost me a small fortune.
That gets expensive.
They're worse than lawyers.
Yep, they're way bad.
Anyways, Your Honor, what I was leading up to though was Mr. Weller is not a bad man. He's taking care of his problems. He's working diligently in the Veterans Court, which is quite an extreme process. And
let me stop you again, Mr. George. I'm sorry for the interruption. Just the way my mind works. When I have a question, I want to get an answer. Which court's he at?
28th.
Southgate. Southgate. All right. And what's the charge that was the conviction for?
Well, what do we finally plead to? I got my file here, Your Honor. Originally, the charge was malicious use of a communication device.
Which charge happened first? I apologize. Was he charged here first or there first?
There first.
And so tell me what's going on with probation. What's he doing as part of probation?
Your Honor, I honestly can't tell you the exact details of Mr. Weller.
Just tell me what the terms of your probation.
Sure. Terms of my probation, sir, are I have 12 months probation. I had 80 hours of community service.
Stop. Have you done any of them?
Yes.
Where at?
I've done a couple food drives and worked for Downriver for veterans.
Good. Go ahead. 80 hours community service. What else?
Yeah, I have a twice. That program it's a graduate program. So I've gone from testing 3 days a week for alcohol and drug testing down to 2 days a week.
Okay.
For that. So I have a veteran mentor that I report to like twice a week, just by a phone call.
Any counseling or educational programs?
Yes, I'm actually in a domestic violence program via Zoom because they really couldn't find anything else. And
what's the name of the organization you're with?
ABR.
Where are they at?
It's an online program.
That's purely online. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, and well, I believe they had it.
Brick and mortar.
Yeah, but I with this, and then I am involved with I have a VA counselor that I see like twice a month.
Okay.
And I don't think I have any other.
Okay.
Yeah, just.
Tell me about your service. Which branch? Tell me about your service. Which branch?
I was Army. I'm a Gulf War vet. I'm a combat vet.
How long? How many years?
3.5 years. Actually got out and got recalled for Desert Storm. So.
Okay. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty much.
Anything else?
Yes, Your Honor. First of all, with Ms. Knowles here, I think we would like to set a restitution hearing for the loss of business due to the malicious use of communications that have been present. The damage has been quite extensive. And Your Honor, in taking consideration for sentencing, I would like to bring to the court's attention that he had this charge in the 28th. He was going through Veterans Court, and then he continued his actions with somebody else in this court. You know, he's refused to take any, including on the stand, take any responsibility for his actions, trying to justify those text messages beyond, and that's just taking that into correct, not everything else that Ms. Knowles testified to. We're asking for a restitution hearing for Ms. Knowles, and any other means at your discretion, with including hopefully anger management as well.
Okay. Anything else?
Well, Your Honor, Mr. Weller, I believe you are receiving anger management counseling now?
Correct.
So he's in a program.
Is that part of the Zoom thing though?
No, that's through the VA. Yeah, so I have the Zoom class is actually domestic violence class.
Right.
Because they didn't have an anger management that they could plug me into, and then I'm taking anger management through the VA, which is still, it's a one-on-one, but it's still, via video with the world we're in. So
Here's what absolutely I want anger management. So here's what I want. I want more information about the program he's in. Is it a standard, 20-week program, or is it,
like the one I'm in
I'm
now
not
is
asking any
26
questions.
weeks.
I'm not asking any
I'm sorry.
questions. So I just need more details about that program before I decide whether or not it's going to satisfy me. And I'm going to tell you right now, it might not. I'm just being upfront. I'm more than willing to look at whatever you got to show me, but it might not satisfy me. I'll probably want to do something that I'm familiar with that we've used in the past, but I'll keep the door open. All right. As far as a restitution hearing, I'll just leave it for you two gentlemen to get with Heather and pick a date.
Okay.
When it works. All right. So I'm ready to sentence now. We'll just keep that. I'm going to order anger management, and then we're just leave that as an open issue until we see what you've got from the VA. The restitution hearing, we'll deal with that when we get to the hearing. Anything else before I set terms?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. George?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you, gentlemen. All right, I'm going to do a 12-month probation. The standards, obviously no new criminal offenses, anger management, and I'll determine whether or not what program you're currently doing. I'm just going to have you finish that up, or if I'm going to do something else. Restitution, I just made a note that's to be determined. Probation reporting costs are $480. In addition to that, and I can break it down if Mr. George, you want me to, fines a cost $1,000 plus the $480. So the total is $1,480. I can set you up with a monthly payment plan, or I can just say pay it all within 30 days, whatever works best for you. It doesn't really matter to us.
Oh, a payment plan would work.
How much per month?
250, 200.
150 will still do it within the 12 months. So yeah. Can you start that on or before January 7th? First Friday of the year.
Yes.
Sure?
Yeah.
All right.
We just had a big flood in our business and we ended up moving.
I can wait.
No, we're good. We're good.
All right.
She does the finances, so she'll.
Okay. Any clarification necessary?
No, Your Honor.
So I'll leave it to you, Mr. George, to get some information from the VA, submit that to our probation department, and I'll look at that and I'll have a conversation with probation, and then we'll let you know. You two, you need a break before you get into dates with them for restitution.
It goes to any Thursday for me would be great for restitution.
So you two figure it out with her, because I got to. It's time for me to take a break.
You haven't done anything all day, Your Honor. What are you talking?
Good luck, man. This is one that you told me was rescheduled, but I don't know what it was rescheduled or when. I'm gonna shut the Zoom down.